Good morning. Welcome to the Monday, September 16th meeting of the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. I'm Councillor Jeff Brawadi. I'm the committee's chair. I represent the North Kildonan ward. With us this morning, we have Councillor Janice Lukes from Waverly West and Councillor Jason Shire in the room from Elmwood East Kildonan. Councillor Shire, could you move a motion to allow Councillor Orlico. It's fine. You're going to speak remotely. It's on the screen. I see him right there. Good morning. So moved. All those in favor? Opposed? Here. Good morning, Councillor Orlico. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Okay, Councillor Lukes, would you care to move that the minutes of the meeting held on July 5th, 2024 be taken as read and confirmed?
I'll move that the minutes will be taken as confirmed, read and confirmed.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now, this is a bit of new ground for us here. I understand we have an appeal hearing.
Correct, yes.
Could the clerk explain the process, please?
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter, the process the committee will follow is the appellant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the appeal. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the appellant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. So item 1 is an appeal under the tax penalty bylaw number 579691 at 1595 Barron Street. And please note that an additional communication was received in support of the appeal, which has been distributed to all members of the committee. I will just pass it over to the public service to give an overview of the appeal.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sure. Good.
So good morning. Tim Austin, the Director and City Assessor, along with Tanis Yanchison, the Manager of Finance for Assessment and Taxation, and Nicholas Ruda, the Manager of Assessment of Services, are joining us here this morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Councillors of Senate Policy Committee, Finance and Economic Development in Winnipeg. We are here before you today in regards to an appeal to a cease business order that was issued on June 24th. The hearing itself is to consider the order, not the outstanding taxes. It's whether the order will be or the appeal will be accepted or denied.
Okay, finish
Yeah.
on the last questions.
I do have an overview.
Sure.
It'll take a few minutes that I'll run through, if that's okay.
Sure, please.
And a bit of history. On June 27th of this year, 2024, the Assessment Taxation Department issued an order to 2127423 Manitoba Limited, the business operating as London Limos, at 1595 Aaron Street, to cease all business operations due to non-payment of business taxes. The department does not use these orders without exhausting all methods of collection efforts and thoroughly reviewing the information that we have. This is truly a last resort. I'll quickly explain a bit of our collection process, the authorities under which we have these, that we can issue these orders, as well as some particulars related to the business pertaining to their outstanding taxes. Assessment Taxation Department issues annual business tax bills in April of each year with the due date of the last business day in May. If the business taxes remain outstanding after the due date, the Assessment Taxation Department will send a final reminder notice advising business owners that a full payment of their outstanding business taxes must be paid within 10 days, and failure to meet this deadline may result in a distress warrant being issued for the collection of outstanding taxes. At any point after the 10 days, and if the taxes are not paid in full, the department could issue a distress warrant to a collection agency or bailiff in order to attempt to collect the outstanding business taxes. During this period, the collection agency or bailiff and the Assessment Taxation Department will attempt to collect the outstanding business taxes or enter into payment arrangements to assist business owners with their debt. If there's no cooperation from the business, the city may seize assets to attempt to satisfy the debt owing.
Pardon me?
Seize assets. The Assessment Taxation Department will make numerous attempts to collect the business taxes owing with the steps that I just outlined a couple seconds ago. However, if the business does not have sufficient assets to cover the amount of business taxes owing, all options have been exhausted under an order under Section 365 of the Charter can and may be issued. Probably I'll say may be issued, not can, may be issued. The majority of the collection authorities come from the City of Winnipeg Charter itself. Section 332 sub 2 obligates a business to pay business taxes within the City of Winnipeg. Section 356(1) provides the authority to issue a warrant for distress and seize assets in order to satisfy the outstanding business taxes. 365 indicates no business taxes shall operate if business taxes from the prior year are outstanding. In addition, the city's tax penalty bylaw sets the due date for business taxes as the last business day in May, which is usually May 31st, depending if it falls on the weekend of each year, and the penalty rates to be applied to any unpaid balances. When it comes to our business assessment, Section 316 sub 2 indicates that all businesses are to be assessed at the sum equal to the annual rental value, or ARV. I'll use the annual rental value, or ARV, and business assessment notice interchangeably. They mean the same thing for a premise itself. Section 318 describes how the ARV is determined. It is calculated as the amount for which the premise or unit would typically rent for in the marketplace, plus the cost of comfortable occupancy multiplied by the area of the premise. Assessment Taxation Department is also guided by assessment tribunal law, which describes what a premise is. It's a self-contained, separately demised, delineated space with separate locked access, egress and ingress, metering, washroom facilities, and other amenities under the care and control of the occupant. With regards to London Limos, there's been no payments made since 2018, despite significant collection efforts. As of September 1st of this year, London Limo currently owes $144,824.02. This includes taxes, business improvement zone levies, as well as penalties. There have been many notices, reminders sent, visits by bailiffs serving distress warrants, and conversations with the bailiffs. The business owner has been non-cooperative for 6 years with assessment taxation staff and our bailiff company, Commercial Credit Adjusters. And as outright indicated, they are not paying his taxes. It's not going to pay his taxes. This left the city no other option than to serve an order to cease business operations. Only with serving this order is there a now conversation, but there's still a refusal to pay. A payment plan was offered at late June, which was rejected by the business owner. He also offered one to the City of Winnipeg, which is also rejected. It was insufficient to cover the debt. Maintaining the integrity of the business tax system is paramount in the City of Winnipeg. Ensuring revenues it is budgeted for city services are raised and financial burden of non-collection is not passed on to other taxpayers. An order of the business to cease operations will be utilized when all other methods have been exhausted. This is truly, as I said before, a last resort. While the Charter provides the authority to undertake this action after 1 year of outstanding taxes, we note that we've attempted to collect the outstanding taxes from this business for 6 years before we resorted to issue the cease for operations order. The business, through their appeal submission before this committee today, is questioning the accuracy of the business assessment or annual rental value for the prior years. Business owners who wish to dispute their business assessment can do so by filing an application for revision at the Board of Revision pursuant to the Municipal Assessment Act. This can be done on an annual basis. The Board of Revision is established through the Municipal Assessment Act and conducts hearings from the middle of December to the end of March. After the hearings are concluded, the city issues the business assessment or the ARV and applicable business tax rates to calculate the year's business taxes. It is extremely important to note that the business owner has not and did not file any applications for revisions for any year from 2018 to current. Therefore, the existing business assessment must be used for taxation purposes. Information on how to file an application for revision is provided on each assessment notice. In addition, the business owner was provided a verbal explanation on how to file an appeal or application on the business assessment in 2019. Again, please note that no appeals have ever been filed. In early January of 2018, the property was inspected and the owner showed the occupied premise under care and control of London Limos. On inspections and through conversations with the owner at that time, The Assessment Taxation Department was satisfied that the area occupied was self-contained and delineated space set up for a single tenant occupancy. Of note, we did not assess London Limos for the entire building area, as there was an additional vacant space which is self-contained premise available for another tenant.
Say that again?
There was another space. It was a separate space separating grid, so it was completely separate from the space that we had London Limos.
Like a wall?
A wall, different points of egress, ingress. In November 2022, an adjustment was made to lower the business assessment based on a 3-1 inquiry through a conversation with London Limos, the owner of London Limos. This adjustment was applied to 2002 business tax year, and carried forward to 23 and 24. Still no payment. If a change to the business assessment is required based on new information, the City of Winnipeg Charter only provides the city to correct the current year plus 1 year prior if we see fit. That's as far as we can go back.
How far can we go back?
Current plus 1. So I'll explain that right away, Councillor. There is no legislative authority to go back any more than 2023 at this point in time. So for an example, in 2024, we can adjust assessments for 24 and correct the tax roll. 2024 will go back to January 1st, 2023. That's as far as we can go back.
For assessment. Yeah.
Yeah, and that will impact taxes, and that's outlined in section 340 sub 4 of the City of Winnipeg Charter. In summary, I'll just wrap up here. In summary, the business owner with our valuation staff inspected the space in 2018. The business assessment was determined based on the information provided as well as the physical space at that time. Again, it's important to note that the business owners never filed an application for revision at the Board of Revision disputing the calculation of the business assessment, therefore effectively agreeing that the business assessment is correct. Business taxes are calculated based on the business assessment and the business tax rate and the business improvement zone rates, which are set by City Council. This is not just this business owner, but all businesses have an obligation to pay their business taxes. And at this point in time, the business owner of London Limo has refused to pay. It's important to note that there's no legislative authority to appeal taxes themselves. Only assessments can be appealed, and I've outlined this during this presentation. Based on the information provided you this morning, as this is an appeal hearing that can either be accepted or denied, I request that you, as members of the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development Winnipeg, deny the appeal before you today. Thank you.
Any questions of public service? Councillor Lukes first.
Sure. So I've had experiences with situations similar to this. My question is, why did you let it go on for 6 years?
Well, we're 2018-19, we've gone on, we've issued warrants, we go through the collection process. It's collection of taxes is not a simple thing at times. It takes a while. It creeps into the following fiscal period. We will then reissue warrants. We'll repeat the process in an attempt to collect. When it comes down to a business, in this case, we determined that there was no or insufficient assets to seize. Right, the cars, from our understanding, are not owned by London Limos. They're leased to the company. They're not London Limos assets. We cannot seize those. And then we had to get authority to use Section 365 of the Charter. In with that time, there is a pandemic, and I know the appellant will bring that up, and businesses were struggling through that time, but City Council did waive a penalty period, extend payment deadlines, did a lot. We also had soft collection efforts where we weren't trying to seize assets during that time. So we're at a point now that we just realized that we are not collecting money from this business owner, and this is the next step in our process.
And so you're saying that's the total amount. So each year, what was the business tax for each year?
Yeah, so
About?
yeah, business taxes for each year were roughly $6,900 plus biz zone levies that range from $2,100 to $2,300 from 2018 to 22, and post 22, they qualify for the small business tax credit under assessment adjustments that we've done. The remainder is penalties.
What's the total value of penalties?
$98,482.44.
$98,000 in penalties.
Correct.
So, okay, so just from a process standpoint, I just want to say something to the clerk and to the chair. this was great, what you told us, the story you told us, but why couldn't we have that story ahead of time to read ahead?
Well, we did provide information in with the appeal process and exhibit of every step that we've taken since 2018 in a detailed line by line format. And now I was just discussing at a high level.
So your high level there, when I look at the report, I don't see that.
It's page 6 of the exhibit.
Yeah, so
Sorry, I thought the exhibits would just be, okay.
no, that's okay, Counselor. So
Okay.
I think page 6. It provides, kind of information that we have, and then it provides dates of when we mailed bills, when we've issued or payments or NSF tip payments, and every step that we've had attempted to communicate or attempted to provide.
Okay, so then really, we're dealing with the order to cease operations. What, does he have an opportunity to appeal the dollar value at some point, or that's
No
no
taxes cannot be appealed.
penalties, nothing like that?
No. There's no administrative.
Penalties come in on PP&D that we appeal, so.
Yeah, once penalties are added to the tax roll, they become taxes and they're collected in the same manner of taxes.
Right.
Only city council can cancel the
Right.
taxes.
Right. Okay. And so how do you make someone cease operations? Like, what do you do? Lock the door, or what do you actually do?
So the business could voluntarily cease operations based on our order, or we can proceed through a court order. So we would apply to the court to enforce the order.
So how do they enforce the order?
They could get sheriffs involved to close the business.
And just on that, Counselor, we're more than welcome to still enter into a payment arrangement.
Right.
That is beneficial to both parties, but it's a large amount of money and it has to be like a substantial payment plan. And we're willing to do that still, but our last offer was rejected. And there's been no contact with the business owner since.
And then I guess just for now, my last question for now is, do we often I've never seen one, cease operations come across the table before. Do we do that?
So this is the second order that we've issued. This is the first appeal. We're still in the process of the other one. I will not get into any details of that. It's private because it has,
Sure.
we haven't shared that.
Like ever or what?
Ever, we just received council approval in October of 2008 to utilize section 365 of the charter.
So you got permission?
Well, we said it submitted a report to set up an appeal body to use that section of the order. Maybe I used the wrong word there.
Okay.
My apologies.
And there's been no, now you had said, I said it was my last question, but this will be my last question for now.
That's okay.
You had said that 6 years of non-cooperative. So what does that mean? Elaborate.
For me, it's non-payment, not responding to reminder notices, not responding to the business tax bill, not calling us and asking, how do I, following up or filing an appeal, or asking how the penalty is calculated. It's in issuing warrants. There's been no response to the warrants being issued. That's non-cooperation to me. In addition, not engaging in a further payment arrangement plan. That's all non-cooperation.
Sure. Let me get my head around this. Thank you, Chair Rawadi. Well, for one, first of all, I guess to ask of the clerks, in terms of path, so there's an appeal decision today, one way or the other, and what's the path that it goes down? Because you said it's council that has the ultimate decision. Therefore, what is the path from the decision today?
It ends here.
It ends here. So when you say council, you mean the standing committee in this case?
The question that came up was, can you adjust taxes or?
I see.
But that's something that administratively we cannot do. Right, city council has the authority under their charter to cancel taxes. Yeah. I will be honest, as a public servant. And my responsibility to the taxpayer of the city of Winnipeg, I would highly recommend against canceling taxes.
And that would be outside of this hearing body.
Yeah, we
process.
can't do that. That has to go to
I-
council.
Sure, that's, in that sense, it's a separate issue. But nonetheless, I understand you're bringing that forward. Okay, so you said they'd been notified, warrants were sent. Warrants were sent, this was warrants since 2018, or is this in the last resort? It's a year that warrants were sent, for how long have warrants been?
Yeah,
sent?
we've issued, I think our issue, if I go through our notes here, we issued our first warrant. Just kind of quickly try to find it on November 1st of 2018. A warrant was issued also in 2019. The pandemic hit, so there was no warrants issued. We did send more reminder notices that year, especially when the tax deferral period or the extended deadlines were about to expire. We sent additional reminder notices during that period of time. We also had a bit of a softer collection attempt as we came out of the pandemic, where we still utilized our bailiff company, commercial credit adjusters to serve letters to say, hey, let's get into a payment plan. I can't remember exactly what they were said on those letters. And I believe we issued another warrant just recently, or in 2023. I don't know if we issued one.
We issued a letter to them in advance of the order being served, indicating that the order was forthcoming if they did not.
That was what each warrant has said?
Before, no, the warrants are different.
Okay, excuse me.
They actually speak with me, but our bailiffs are here as well in the room. They indicate that they are authorized to collect the money on the city's behalf and the bailiff company services.
Bailiff company will also at times enter into payment arrangements with the business owner and accept post-dated checks with consulting our department. A lot of times, sometimes they'll do it if it's a smaller amount outstanding. They'll accept post-dated checks. If there's other payment arrangements, they will consult with the assessment taxation department to enter into that. They're okay to enter into them. And we say absolutely. Like money and data debts. As I said, mentioned a little bit earlier, in this case, we don't have that traction on any payment arrangements at this time.
During the COVID era, there was a certain amount of leniency patience. But this had started, I guess, two years before then. In terms of the penalties, 98,000 in penalties, did the penalties go up every year? How did that work?
Penalties are cumulative and they're based on the tax penalty bylaw rates. The rates are 2.5% on arrears per month, added on the first of each month. Current taxes, they're 2.5% with the exception of August where the penalty rate is 7.5%.
Okay, and so was there therefore a percentage based on the previous penalty as well?
Correct.
Okay, so when the last year's owing based on their back taxes plus the penalty, then there's a penalty put as a percentage of all that, including
The total outstanding balance, correct.
So penalty percentage including on the penalty. Fair enough.
Okay.
Now you said as well that it's by provincial charter, not by the city of Winnipeg. Could you explain that?
Well, we're governed, our taxation and we're governed by the city of Winnipeg charter. So, you know, there's sections in the charter that we have to abide to. It's legislation. So I don't quite understand your question. I apologize.
No, I just wanted to clarify because you mentioned the provincial charter. You also said that the council has a right to deal with taxes, but the council can't override the provincial charter. So I just wanted to
Well, there is a clause in the charter that gives section, I think it's 3. Or my pen written down, I can't remember it.
So in this case, council can override the charter.
Well, you're not overriding the charter. It's just it's a section of the charter that provides city council some authority over that matter.
Bureaucrats can't make the call, but we can.
Okay, by provincial charter, we have the authority. Fair enough.
If you want to wait, maybe, I know Councilor Orlando has questions too.
Sure, excuse me.
Go ahead, John.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
I'll just, real simple question, because this is a little confusing. What we're exactly, the appeal today that we're hearing is regarding the business being, told to shut down, nothing about taxes, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's it, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, this is about letting the business operate or not operate. This is the order. What is the history? Again, you mentioned that the charter allows council potentially to reduce or waive taxes. When was the last time that those clauses were used?
Well, I can only go to, based on my career, Councillor Wadi, and in my career, I have never seen that clause used
And you've been
by city council and I've been with the city since January 4th, 2000.
Which clause was that, sorry?
I'd have to get the number again.
again, just the fact that council does have the right to waive or reduce taxes. Again, today's decision is shut down or not shut down, but in terms of going to that next step, which would be to potentially reduce or waive taxes, how often has that been exercised? And the answer is since
No.
2020, he's not aware of it being exercised.
I'm not aware of it.
Right.
So we're saying,
So basically for quarter century, we're not aware of any, well, make it sound, don't say that long term, but it's coming on.
Yeah, I started with Dalton Lecter.
Anyways, I just wanted to understand the precedent, whether or not that's been done.
sure, and in that case, if I may ask,
Sure.
you just said it's a question of whether shut down or not shut down,
Today.
which means there is no going to be any conditions to either one of those decisions today, including where it's too far gone now to have for any other agreement, conditional agreement, besides the binary shut it down or not shut down. Sometimes when I look at the list here of how we're going to go about voting on this, it says there can be provisos, there can be conditions. And in this case, there will be not. It's too late for us to even decide whether there's gonna be a payment plan today.
I think if there's an appetite from the business owner to enter into a payment plan, maybe there's a thing, you have 30 days to, I would be totally acceptable to that, to say you have 30 days to develop a payment plan with the City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department to satisfy the debt. And that would allow us that time to do that.
I'm presuming we haven't heard the whole thing yet, but just presuming in terms of what's the potentiality for today rather than just
Right.
shut down or not shut down. That's all. And yeah, thank you.
So just to point out, if we were to potentially shut them down, how does the city get repaid?
Well, I don't know if we would. Right, like we'd still attempt to try to collect, but I don't know if there's any, at this point in time.
And if you allow them to continue operating, you would still go try and seize the assets and close out the gap to get some of the money out of it?
We will continue to try, but we've really received no cooperation. There's no assets to seize from London Limos.
Okay.
You know, it's like an office desk maybe, or phones, like that's not gonna pay the debt.
No.
And they'll continue to operate and not pay their business taxes. The business owner has been pretty clear with us that he does not intend to pay.
Councilor Lukes?
So if you shut the business down, so I guess what is the definition of shutting the business down? Is it locking the door or is it taking off the company's role or, because what's to prevent him from opening London Limos at a different location?
Well, it's the name. That's a very tricky question to answer. I don't know what its intent would be, right? There's still another step that we have to perform after this if the appeal is denied. And then it would be, as Tanis mentioned earlier, engaging the sheriff to help us secure the building.
Sure, so you secure the building, but he takes his stuff and sets up at another location,
Possible.
then he applies the city has to give a business license, correct? Does
They
city
don't,
give a
the
business
city,
license?
no. No,
No,
No.
so the city doesn't have to give a business license.
no, there's no occupancy permits that are issued for businesses any longer, so it's. We would find a business, maybe there's nothing, you know. If he opens up his London limos, we'd be right there knocking on his door again, if he just moves
So-
pieces and open up his London limos.
But what
same
would you
number of
knock on the
companies.
door for?
Well, if you vacate his business, for an example, we have a business location, say the city of Winnipeg was a business itself, right, like a for-profit business. And we occupy space and we assess a business assessment for this room that we're in right now, which is say separate egress, everything else, or the building itself, the council building. And the city of Winnipeg vacates the space and moves to the building I'm in, 457 Main Street. We keep the bid and we would move and we'd reassess based on that new space that they're in. And anything that they owe would transfer with that bid, the business assessment roll bid. So the debt follows if the owner of the company and the registered owner of the company is the same, the debt follows them to where they are.
But
And
if
we
it's
attempt-
not the
and
same,
If it's not the same, it's not the same.
So if 212-7423 Manitoba Limited decides to disappear and open up a new private company, maybe even Headingley, Manitoba, is there anything that we could do to prevent them from getting a new ride for hire license, for example, or anything like that, or they could just,
Not to the more.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with the ride for hire
sure,
bylaws or legislation, so.
So it's the company, the number, not the person. So in this case, it's better to be a number, not a person.
Yeah, well, the registered owners of the company, which if it's a numbered company,
Sure.
it's incorporated, right? It's that corporation.
So it is the individuals, not the company.
No, in the case, it is truly like the corporation itself, right?
Mhm.
If it was a sole proprietor, it'd be a little bit different.
Okay, so it's not an owner operator, it's not a sole proprietorship, it is a numbered company, and therefore there's no recourse to the individuals should they
Right.
break up and form a new combination and a new number.
Yeah, I can't speculate on that.
And no liens or anything because it's limited companies, so you can't personally.
This is our last resort, as I mentioned, right?
Okay,
And this is the side of because of being a numbered
I
company.
think it's probably time to hear from the appellant. Okay,
okay.
clerk to call the appellant for it?
Yes, we have the appellant here with us today, Hardev Singh Sidhu.
No, let's clear it.
Hi.
Okay.
If you just want to come up to the front of the table, you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
You can sit there, sir.
Good morning, if you could just, this is again being digitally recorded, if you could state your name and. business
Good morning,
address.
and first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude, and thank you so much for allowing to present my case. And the first thing, I was trying to listen to the conversation, but I did not fully understood it. But one thing is still pinching me. I need to know the definition of corporation. Because Honorable, he keep on saying London Limo did not cooperate. So corporation from London Limo, I need to know like what kind of corporations. But anyway,
Oh, that would be, we don't list that, that would be provincial, they list corporations. So I don't know what the definition of corporation is, that would be a provincial question.
Yeah.
Not really our question.
so I'm saying the same thing because I came to the city clerk's office in 2019 because this was devastating. My tax was tenfold high than it was originally for many past years. And I was trying to find out why all of a sudden my tax is tenfold high,
Right.
right? So London Limo was paying binge taxes on a tip program
Mhm.
throughout the time.
Right.
And this morning, I was checking my statements, what happened. So my monthly payment was 220, then it was increased to 244. We didn't notice that. Then it went to 1349 a month. Then all of a sudden it went to $2,700. How a small business can handle that kind of stress? My request was very simple. I will not go into my papers. I will not even look into my papers. I can prove that there is a lot of things city could have done for me to save the business, and we were not here today discussing that. The original building was around 6,500 square feet. And there was another business, Hallis Auto was there since 2008. In my submission, I put 2012, but later on I find out the business was there from 2008. So if the business was from 2008, so there was occupancy permit was issued to him, and also he was running full safety station, which was accredited by MPIC. So city had the records. So city know that there's another business running there. So then after I was start taxing for 3,500 square feet to London Limos. And my taxes were around 240, 220. It was okay. But city assessor's report, which was released, I'm gonna go into the dates, but I just close, I think it's January 11th or January 4th, 2018. The report says, according to 2016's, the area from 3,500 square foot was increased to 10,775 square feet. Building was not even to that size then. That's why I was coming back here telling them there is a mistake. They could have simply sent somebody there and resolve my problem. But they said, you know, we will mail out the notice next year. So wait for the notice. Then you will have a small window. This is a trick. This is a trick I think city play for many businesses. Sometimes the owner is away, sometimes the mail is misplaced. Mistake is a mistake. Today's mistake will be a mistake for 10 years after. Other thing, I will not change my name of the business. We emotionally attach with this business. We carry forward a legacy for the city, whether we make money or not make money, that's a separate question. We are attached. We are serving fourth generation of Winnipeg as a company. When a grandfather sits in our limousine and tells, oh, this is my grandson, and then grandfather shared his previous pictures of when I married, I used London limos. Now we are serving grandchildren. Not only that, London limos serving more than 500 corporate businesses. It's not a small thing to build such trustworthy business. And I have my employees sitting here. They are dedicated employees. And our clients sometimes they say, can you send Caroline? Can you send John Rodriguez? Can you send Roger? We try to fulfill their request. Sometimes it's not possible. Right? So my questions are here. If I'm raising a question with the city's clerk office, he tossed me, he said, go across the street. That's taxation department's problem. I went there and their answer was, oh, you missed the boat. It's a moving target. It's hit or miss. My business is not moving target. It's not hit or miss. And emotionally, we are attached. I was president with India Association for 10 years. And I'm a co-founder of India Center at the University of Winnipeg. We work as a businessman and then we contribute in our community as well. We not just some London limos guy wearing turban and oh, he can be picked on and he can be discriminated. When I'm telling them there is a problem, Bill showing to my office and he's threatening that they're going to seize my vehicle. They can do. Most of my vehicles are leased because we lease vehicle. I can even name the leasing company. They were very nice to us, but they were very worried when they got the notice. They want to recollect their vehicles. I said, okay, wait a minute. There will be somebody who's going to help me. For them, they are sitting in office. They can send a notice. sending notice, this is corporation, they can come forward and see what is your problem, why you're not paying the taxes. I'm not sure why there is such a big wall between us and them, talking to them. If there is any genuine problem, I can prove that 10,775 10,775 square foot area which they are taxing me, that was under construction. Almost 4,000 square feet was under construction, and we got our final occupancy permit for the base building in November 13, 2020. There's other businesses was operating, they issue them occupancy permit, but that's not their problem. That's my problem. Go and tell them, okay, this is a change in a floor plan. I submitted a floor plan. I encourage if you guys have seen that. So there is Unit A. Unit A is a new addition to the building. It took almost, I think, 8 years to complete that building. There were so many red tapes, there were so many issues because I don't know for what. So a occupancy permit was denied on October 29, 2020. And there was a few last final inspections underway. After those inspections was done, finally the building was issued an occupancy permit in November 13, 2020. And at the same time, there was another occupancy permit was issued to Luxury for Less Auto Corp. And that is in a city record. So I'm not sure how they work. Right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. They're issuing occupancy permits. My thing is, all they did throughout all those 6 years, sending me notices, sending me threatening letters, not listening to me at all. January 6, 2021, I got into a car crash. And I had rust fracture to my spine. And I have the CT scans and all those things. My LS3 has shattered into 7 pieces. So I was in a cage for almost over 2 years. And while I'm in a cage, all I'm getting from the city is threatening notices, notice over notice. Why can't they look their own record? Why didn't they see their own record? They can kill anybody. They can kill any business. So I was the picked one. I was the one business was picked for that. In June 20th, I called them and I said, you know what? I want to start making payment. That's what I can afford. After COVID, the business is picking up a little bit at a time now, because during COVID, we did not do any business.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
Sorry. So during COVID, there was no business. I have John Rodriguez. Can you stand, John? He is close to 90-year-old, has been with the company for 20.5 years, and have other members, they are with the company for 20 years, 15 years, for many years. He was the only driver during COVID because we did not want to say our client that we not providing service. I was driving by myself. Other drivers were laid off during COVID, and our office was shifted to my home, and I was taking the phone calls from home. So basically, we were not even utilizing so-called 1,000 square feet, which their assessor finally came there, and he recommended that London was using only 2 small offices, shared lobby, and washrooms, and half of the car wash. That's all London needed. London not running an industry from 10,775 square feet. This is not a fair game. This is not really fair game. And I will not change the name. I will fight to this because there was an error and nobody wanted to clear the error. Like how hard there was to, even I could send them a limousine. Please come and see. There's other. They don't even need to come to my house. They can just dig down their own files. They are occupancies and occupancies issued to different businesses. I can name all those businesses throughout all those years. Bosch Auto Service Center has a safety station. They were running body shop from there, not us. Then E&B Auto, Lahoud Auto, they took over from Hallis Auto. Hallis Auto was there from 2008 till 2018. That's almost 10 years. And Lahoud Auto, which was A&B Auto, they are still there and still operating from there. And then after Luxury for Less and Drive to Auto, they were running their car dealership from there. My maintenance man, Walter, he's there. He will come tell his story. He came from Ukraine, I think 2005. In 2006, he got his first, 2005 in May. And in June 2005, he got his first employment with the London Limo. And he is with the London Limo still today. Now with this shutdown notices, we want to send home in a 65 year of age when London Limo is not even doing anything wrong. I feel my inside that I'm not doing anything wrong. There was injustice, this was unfairness practice out there, and I will fight for that injustice. I'm not going to change the office. Doesn't matter what happened to me. I can't afford a lawyer today, but if that come to that, I will appeal it. They have to correct themselves, not me. Pointing finger at the office, so he's not cooperating, he's not doing this. And their press release, they ruined my business.
The press release,
Press release by City of Winnipeg.
okay?
I have damaged my reputation. Lily, can you stand up, please? She come crying and say, Dave, everybody is canceling on us. What are we gonna do? What I'm gonna do? Fight with the white elephant? Hit my head with the ball? Which is not even moving a bit to listen my side of the story. What am I gonna do? It's all up to you guys. What you gonna decide about my fate? Right now, I have 3 children. They are medical students. And they wanted to come here. I said, no, you focus on your study. Yes, I'm nervous. They asked, Dad, are you nervous? Yes, of course I'm nervous today. Because this is the business. I bought it for $1.9 million. We were 3 partners when it was bought for $1.9 million. In 2018, one wanted to retire, one moved to the east, and they said, what do we want to do with the company? So I paid them off. I took over in 2018.
Mr. Sandy, your presentation time is done. Do you need much longer, or do you want to get into questions?
Have we not already started questions?
We haven't started questions per se yet, no.
And in that respect,
Maybe we'll move on to questions. I think Councillor Orlando had his hand up first.
Well, thank you very much for coming today. I know this is very difficult. When our job is equally difficult, it's not, no one's out to get you. We're just trying to apply the laws and the bylaws that we have equally and fairly across the board for all businesses, not specifically just for you. So I guess my biggest question I have for you, I understand the issue you have with the your overassessment that you feel was unjust because of the added square footage that did not exist to you. And we do have a remedy for that, and it's called the board of revisions. A lot of businesses go there and appeal their business tax, and some win, some lose. And you did not do that, though. Can you explain why you did not, when you found out about the extra square footage, why you didn't appeal to the board of a revision?
Sir, there was an error. There was a huge mistake. It's not a small thing. Raising taxes from 3,500 square feet, when even then I was using only 1,000 square feet. And previously, one time London Limo was using 3,500 square feet, and I was paying $200 on a tip program. And all of a sudden, they said, the building is not even in existence. It's under construction. It's not even there. And I got taxed. This was error. I was keep on trying, asking them to come and correct your mistake. And it's not a little bit increase, and I'll be appealing for that. And I call whoever visited me, even all those bailiff officer, I tried to tell them, like in their own submission, they were saying I did not understand the tax situation. No, I understood the tax situation. I'm in business for many years, and I know what business tax is, what property tax is. I know what the business tax is. And they said, oh, I did not understand. All I was trying to tell your bosses that there is an error. They have to come out and correct that error. It's a mistake, and it's a huge mistake. It's not a small mistake. And during COVID, all we can do call 311. I have a mobility issue. I was literally in my bed in braced up in a cage where I can't even move. And with all during this time, 311 was not taking us anywhere. They were tossing from one person to another to another, and not getting any satisfactory answer. And then I gave up on the system. I said, nobody gonna listen to me.
So you chose not to go to the Board of Revision because the mistake was too big on the city side. So the city I'm going to ignore the recommendation to the Board of Adjustment Revision because it's such a big mistake. It's the city's fault, not mine. So that's where you stood. And that's why you didn't appeal to the Board of Revision?
No, sir, it's not. I choose not to respond. I always requested. Even in June, I offered them I'm going to start making payments, but we have to sit down and find out where and what went wrong. Even now, I want to pay taxes, but my taxes, I will pay my taxes. I'm an honest business person, and so many people, even I don't want to name, even people from the city, they said, change your name and go sideline. No, I will not do that. I will not do that. I will pay my taxes. But this is, you guys have to decide what is the fairness and what are my taxes, and I will pay.
Well, that's actually, I think you heard, that is not what we're deciding today. That is not up to us today. Today is the order to cease operations. So unfortunately, that is what we're doing today. We're not here to decide if you should pay taxes or not, or how much you should pay. Unfortunately for you, if that was your assumption coming today, that's what happened. No, today's is deciding if we go forward with the order. That's it. So I'm not sure what you're expecting today, but we will listen to you. But I've heard what you had to say, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Lukes?
Okay, so just so I understand, when your taxes were around the $200 mark, or when you were doing the TIF, okay? What square footage did you have then?
It was 3,500 square foot at that time.
Okay, it was 3,500 square feet.
3,577, some change.
Okay, and then
And this is, I don't even know, but it is from the city records, and that is in there in your submissions.
Yeah.
And
and
like
then you
in
say
there-
it went up in price for that same amount of square footage. The taxes went up.
No, they changed, they said the change of area from 3,500 square foot to 10,775 square feet.
And this is where the other 2 or 3 businesses took out occupancy permits on that space.
Also, the portion of building was not even, that was under construction, that was under inspections, and it was not occupiable building then. So they built on the limit for entire building, forgetting that there's another tenant, and they were in 2018. Bosch Auto Service Center was issued a safety station certification from there, and also some other certifications from the city and from MPIC. So
Okay, so I just need to understand this though. So you're saying that your taxes were based on you felt they were based on the 10,000 square feet versus the 3,500 square feet because of the increase?
yes, ma'am, and that is from the city record. I didn't know that what happened there, but that city record which is submitted to in response to my appeal, that shows that in some date in 2016, area increased from 3,500 to 10,775, and then another time in 2020, another city assessor came and his recommendation was, oh, London was only using 1,000 square foot. So then he reduced 880 square foot to back to 1,000 square foot.
And what year was that?
That was 2022. And my tax was $600 a year now. And what I'm trying to say that from 2018, London Limos operated from a very small area, was only 1,000 square feet. No, not from 10,775 square feet.
3,500 square feet.
Not even 3,500 square. From 2018, it reduced to only 1,000 square feet because it used only a car wash.
Who did you tell? Did you tell someone that? Like, it sounds like the tax department, and any episodes I've had with them, I've brought residents down that have had situations where they were gonna have foreclosure on business and have their assets seized. We went down multiple times, talked to the tax man, tried to work through things, did you talk to anyone?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Who?
In 2019, I came to the city clerk's office
Mhm.
and I told them that there's an error, there's a mistake, that they need, and I simply request them, they need to come out.
Right.
But their response was, oh, no, we don't do that. And some cases, when it's a difference too much, we need to do that. We need to come. And other building which was under construction, the city inspectors, they were coming regularly inspecting that site. And there was so many inspections have happened that time. City presence was there. And they see that there's other businesses running.
So what do you think the solution is here? I mean, we're here today to decide if your business stays open or closed. Okay, that's our decision today. Related to your taxes, you truly believe that the city that they improperly assessed the volume of square footage, right? You believe you're getting, but what about these other businesses? Do you talk to them? Do they get a tax bill? What do they say?
I'm not sure about other businesses. I think
Well,
they
in the
have.
mall there, do you talk to these people?
They're supposed to come today, but somehow it's texted me, it's something coming.
Right, sure, but have you talked to them over the last year or two saying, hey, what are your taxes? Looks like I'm paying them all, that's what I'm hearing you say. And that it sounds like you're paying them all. Did you ask them what they're paying?
I think they were paying taxes too. So I'm not sure what was the figure, but they were paying the taxes from the same.
Okay, so when the tax person comes back, I'm going to, well, I don't know, he probably doesn't, he won't know. Because we're not really into the decision on how much your taxes are and what square footage you're paying for. It just sort of seems like over 6 years, you could have found someone to talk to about this.
Ma'am, I came by myself and during COVID, city services were, the doors were closed.
Okay, but we've been done that for about 2 years now. We're done COVID.
Yeah, even after, ma'am, I make a phone call and I said, I'm going to start making payment. In the meantime, I requested that we have to come to a resolution because there is an error from the beginning. And beginning from, I'm talking about 2018. I have my statements from 200 all of a sudden 1349 and it went to $2,700 a month. And that poses a too much financial burden on my business, and the business was not able.
Right, but there was that opportunity where you could go and complain to the city and say, look, you raised it too much, or you're taxing me for the wrong amount of space. Like there's a building over there, you get your note and you go there and you make an appointment and then you complain to them about your taxes.
Yes, ma'am. Even the collection officers were coming there, and every time what was the conversation between me and them is recorded in city record. And it's a little bit twisted, but I was trying to make them understand why I'm behind on my taxes, because this is not my taxes. And I was trying to explain, I was trying to show them that there's other business been operating from 2018 up until now. And
What did they say?
Sorry?
What did they say?
And they said they will talk to the city, but it is not in their hands,
Hmm.
and they are here to collect.
They who is it? Collection?
They're from CA,
Oh, yeah, the bailiff people.
Bailiff.
Bailiff.
Collection agency.
Okay, got it. Oh, okay. Okay, do you have any questions?
Sure.
Councillor Sharma.
Thank you. When you said you had been calling 311 as well?
During COVID, yes, I was trying to call 311, but it was not taking you to the right people.
All right. Nonetheless, 311 contacts tend to be recorded. Even if they don't send it to the right people, did they give you a case number? Usually if you phone, they'll give you a case number. Even if they can't help you, you get a case number is my understanding.
No, I did not go to too much technical, and I did not note it.
And who are you saying? You're saying you were occupying 3,500 square feet, but they were assessing you at over 10,000 square feet. Who are you saying was in the other 6,000-7,000 square feet?
There was city assessor's report, and you have it from the city in your submission. It's a date wise, they say. I can point out that.
Well, throughout this whole time, I know you mentioned the different companies, so maybe there's different companies over time. But you're saying the city was wrong in terms of they got the size of the building wrong, or they got the size of your rental part wrong? Because if you're not disputing the size of the building, then we're disputing if there's someone else was in that other area, most of that area, the majority of it. Who do you think they?
Sir, that is from city assessor's report, and January 11, 2018, assessor note, vigilance identification, bid number 40391, reference permit 2012, and inspections on January 4, 2018, vacated and inactivated bid number 13479 and 13477. In 2016, changed area from 3,570 square foot to 10,775 square feet, which is just not true.
Was there any construction at that time?
Yes, there was a construction, and also there was a tenant at that time, which was Hallis Auto, and yet Nandalimu was held responsible for the building, which is not even.
So you said what auto?
Hallis Auto.
Okay. And did you explain to the city that, was it Hell's Auto?
HELLAS, Hallis Auto Service
Excuse
Center,
me. Hell's Auto. So
and they were there from 2008.
did you explain to the city that it was your understanding that Ellis Auto was in there, not you?
Sorry?
Did you explain to the city that this other company, Ellis Auto, was in that area, not you?
Sir, these notes, I think city put it on Friday, and I did not have access to this city assessor's note. So I'm reading from that the city side. And another January 1st, 2022, that's another city assessor's report, business only using 2 offices, sharing lobby, using half a car bay, and sharing washrooms. So they said area decreased from 9880 to 1,000 square feet in 2022, January 2022. And so I'm not sure what happened to 10,775 square feet, and now their own assessor is giving different square footage. And that's almost 1,000 square foot difference from their own record.
And then you say you went down to 1,000 square feet. What year did you go down to 1,000 square feet?
2018.
In 2018, you went down to 1,000 square feet. And in 2016, you were at 3,577 square feet?
Yeah, that's the city assessor said 2016 area increased from previously used 3,500 square foot to 10,775.
Okay, not 1,000, that was the 10,000, right? Okay. But you're talking about $600, you said $600 a year now.
Yes, sir.
And what was the $600 a year?
In 2022, there was their assessment note came.
So it got much lower. 600. No, okay, much, excuse me, I see what you're saying. It's kind of in between.
That's the and even though that fall under small business forgiveness program of some sort,
Mhm.
and during COVID, I think city's clock was keep on running for the penalties and for the interest.
And that's why I went to 30, because you said you started at $220 to $240 per month.
Then 3049.
And then it went up to $1,300 to $1,700 per month. I'm guessing that's probably because the penalties too by that time. And
It was still on the tip program. 1349 was going through, but then it went to $2,700 some change. And this is where our thing collapsed. We were not able to pay that much tax.
okay. Now you're saying the city could have done something. What do you think the city could have done? They should have visited you?
Yes, sir. When I requested for in 2019, and that was my whole point. I was pointing out there is an error, and because the taxes from 240s went so high, there's a mistake. I didn't know that how many square foot they were taxing me, but now I find out that there was 10,775 square feet, which that business didn't even exist then.
Do you recall being advised to take your issue to the Board of Revision?
Sorry?
Do you recall if the city ever told you that you could take your issue to the Board of Revision? Because that's where they make these judgments in terms of assessment. You can deal with it at that committee. Do you recall ever being told that you could take this to the Board of Revision? They said they were telling you on annually or something like that, or at least you were getting warned annually. Do you feel that you weren't given that advice?
No, sir, I wasn't getting any advice from anyone. But that was my effort to, open a dialogue with the city, which city door was shut on me completely. All they were saying, pay the full amount or consequences will be this.
Okay.
City did not attempt to consider my request at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I'm just a little confused here. In 2018, you had a dispute, I guess, with your taxes. You haven't paid any business taxes to the city since. What did you do in 2018 to start rectifying, hey, I'm not paying taxes now? What did you do to start dealing with that issue?
Sir, I want to pay the taxes and I want to pay the fair
Okay,
tax.
but in 2018, you haven't paid any business taxes since 2018. What did you do in 2018 to fix whatever the problem was?
Sir, I tried to talk to city and ask them, this is,
Do you have any copies of your correspondence?
there is a mistake, there is an error, and I asked them, they can send any assessor or a city inspector, they can come and verify that London was not, there is a multiple other business as well.
How did you communicate with the city? Did you call? Did you send a letter, email?
One time I personally came, that was in July 20th, 2019. I came to city clerk's office and they sent me across the street.
That's a
When I
full
went
year though
there-
after you stopped paying your taxes.
Sorry?
That's a year after you stopped paying your taxes?
It's not a year after because up until 2018, September, October, I was still paying even because we didn't notice that taxes been increased significantly. It's almost 4 times, so 400 times more than what originally they were. From 200, it went to 1349 and $2,700 a month. That's too much burden on a small business. So that's the time I did come and talk to the city.
Okay, you're the appellant, so you do have an opportunity to come back and dispute anything. There are other people here who are in support of the appeal. I think we'll perhaps move on to those registered folks now.
Just clarification if I
Sure.
may. You said 220 to 240 per month,
Per month, sir.
okay?
Yeah.
And then it went to 1,300 and 1,700.
And that per month. And then $2,700 per month.
Okay, did you continue paying your 240 per month?
Sorry?
Did you continue, even though you felt you were being, they increased it to 600 or whatever? Did you continue to pay the property tax that you thought was the fairest, the earlier assessment, which I'm assuming you felt was fair?
Yes, sir. That's why we registered ourselves onto TIP program, so we don't fall behind.
So you've been paying $240 per month since the last year, the year before that, and this year?
No, sir, because there was no provision for me to pay a portion of the tax. All they were
Okay.
saying,
All right,
pay this or you're dead.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, the next person we have registered in support of the appeal is Lily Schatzschneider. Lily, did you wish to speak to the committee? Okay, you can come up to the table. You can just return to your seat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lily Schatzschneider and I am the senior dispatcher at London Levels. I've been working there since 2013. I am here to give my support to London Levels in addressing the city's order to cease operation at the company over a business tax dispute. London Limos has been serving our community with reliable transportation service for over 35 years and is dedicated delivering in quality service and stable employment. It's more than a transportation service. The company supports 35 jobs, including mine. They are involved in contributing to many local events that enrich our neighborhood. The current tax dispute arose from a misunderstanding regarding tax assessment for the business, treating them as the sole occupant business in a multi-tenant building. I for one know that this isn't true, as we only have one dispatch office and I work in it. We also use the wash bay to wash our vehicles. There was a time where we had to wash our vehicles at a gas station, but we always went back when we were permitted to. And this understanding is crucial and it doesn't reflect the other businesses that occupy the remaining of the building. If the city goes through with this cease order, not only does it impact my job and my livelihood, but also affects my colleagues who work with me. In addition, it also affects all of our clients that we rely on a daily basis for essential service. We have some clients that are in their 90s and we take them to doctor's appointments, dentists, hospitals, whatever. And some of our clients are very well known in the city. I fully support the appeal by London Limos. I believe in fairness and transparency. I urge the board to consider the cease order and see a resolution in the tax dispute. In conclusion, I ask the appeal board to support London Limos in this matter and allowing the business to continue. It is not only the vital for its employees, but for the entire community that it serves. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
I have questions.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Shire.
Sure thing. So you help with, what is your role there, ma'am?
I'm a dispatcher.
Okay.
I answer emails when people email for quotes, for weddings, for graduation. I answer the phones. I do all the bookings. I dispatch the drivers.
I collect payment, I do the payment process.
Do you make payments? Are you involved in?
No, I only do the payments from the clients that pay for the service.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next.
Next speaker is Joan Rodriguez, also in support of the appeal. Joan.
You speak. Sure, just come to the table here, please. Good morning.
My name is John Rodriguez. I worked for this company since 1998 in May. And good things from the company. I'm kind of shocked what's happened here. Because if I need something from the company, I need money in advance or something, they give it to me, not free. I pay for it. They give it to me. They are nice people for me. Like the job. And this is something wrong. Company pays me not to a penny to me. We don't have the check not the same all the time. Depend the trips we have. And I check with when they pay me, everything is fine. 100% how this thing happened. That's it. Something, sorry. And if I miss the job, goodbye, John. I have to go home. I don't have age, different jobs. And I like this job. That's it. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I can't believe this. Thank you very much.
Speaker is Amandeep Rai.
Morning. Please go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Right, I'm with the company actively like 2021. And I also do like dispatching and all the stuff I do as well. And this came as a surprise to me as well, like what's happening. And it's affecting all our employees and me and all the company. So like Lily was saying, the clients are calling us and canceling and all the stuff is happening. And this news release also is has a very bad impact on the business. And I'm just here to say that, yeah, I was there and I see the buildings occupied by other tenants as well, like Luxury for Less and Lahoot, and there is a Drive-Through Auto. All these companies were there in the business in the same building. And we just have one dispatch office and we work there and from home as well. Sometimes during COVID time, taking the calls from home and working there. And we have half the car wash bay. And we were using petrol cards to wash the cars at the gas stations. So we're not be using that sometime. So it's just a misunderstanding that need to be cleared up. And I just request the board to, let the business stay open and sort the things out and work around and come to conclusions. So everybody has a job and they like to work there and just sort things out. That's all I'm here to say.
Absolutely.
How many people work there?
It's about 35, like around, yeah.
Are you aware of anybody that helps out the business or Mr. Singh Sidhu with his correspondence, with his taxes, with his the accounting? Yeah.
There's a different department. Accounting, they do all the stuff. I just do in office, like, again, with the clients and stuff, mostly that part and in the office work I help.
This might be a difficult question. This is not really on you to have to answer, but it's I may ask it, would you see the difference between, you're asked to be here today over a dispute over whether it's 3,500 square feet or 10,000 square feet? Did you ever recognize over your time there, the issue of the 3,500 square feet and what was 10,000 square feet? Did you ever understand that issue? It's not necessarily your responsibility, but since you are sitting here,
Understanding like that, and I didn't get the question, like,
pardon me?
like just what I'm seeing over there, what's happening over there, the building, that's what you mean?
Yeah, maybe over your time there, you are sitting here to talk about the business, you're a dispatcher, you're dealing with people and all people, you're physically there.
Yeah.
You're kind of in the middle of things in a way. And just wondering if you understood, if it had come to your understanding, this issue of what area was 3,500 square feet and what your understanding was of what the city thought was 10,000 square feet. Did that conversation ever come up?
The area was, my understanding, the area was that, yeah, we just the one office that we used, and this was the lobby area, and there's like two small washrooms. And there was half a car wash bay that we were using because there's another company, Luxury for Less, or they were using the other washroom. So we were just having always like having issues over to park the car because there's no parking lot, and how to wash the cars because they're washing the cars. So our drivers are sometimes frustrated that they can't wash the cars there, they can't do their work because other business is working there. So we just operate from that. So yeah.
Thank you.
No? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, the next registered speaker is Roger Gascoigne. Roger in the audience?
Good morning, sirs.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. I've worked for London for 14 years. And very from what I see, we've been working from a dispatch office, 2 small washrooms, car wash bay, and body shop. All those shops have been rented out. There's 35 employees. Or 11 two.
Any questions?
First of all, you don't have to thank us. This is an official process. We are here to serve this process. That's our job. You don't have to thank us for being here. This is your right. This is by provincial charter that we were here, and this is our jobs. And in terms of, can you tell us more? You mentioned body shops. Could you mention more about that?
Well, that body shop was in construction for years. I worked there for 14 years. And it was not functioning they were building it for many years.
You worked at the body shop as well?
No, what I said was they had that big building on the left there is a body shop. And they were working on that for many years before it was finished and rented out, for example.
Do you know when the body shop was completed?
I think it was around 2020.
Do you think the body shop, this is not on you to understand this, but you are sitting here to talk about this place. You did mention the body shop. And do you think the body shop might be the reason why there's a a miscommunication or a difference of opinion? Why the city might have had an understanding of a larger square footage?
Yes, it seemed to take a long time to finish. I don't know the reason. I'm just a driver, so I drive. I have customers that been using us for many, many years. We've been in business for over 35 years. Customers that rely on me every day. Drive home, go home to the office. It's a business that people rely on us. Not only to go to weddings, funerals. It's a good company.
Thank you.
Counselor Lutz?
No, that's okay.
Nope, okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time
Okay,
today.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Carolyn Rhodes.
You wish to speak?
You wish to speak?
Yeah, please come up to the podium.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
You bet, you're good.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead.
So I've been with Londa de Lemos for maybe just over 10 years. And when I walked into the company, I felt I have found home. And I should have been doing this job long ago. I absolutely love it. I love it. I love it. They call me anytime I'm there. I just love it. We are a family. And of course, we don't always get along, but we are a family. We come together. So I am shocked at what happened. He works so hard for this company and for us. When I have customers getting in touch with me and say, what's going on with Londa de Lemos? I have a problem. We have a problem. And I know from working there, the space that's being occupied by the dispatch. And it is no bigger than, say, from there to perhaps where this lady is, and like it's a small room. It's a small room. It's a dispatch. We don't do anything but Lily answers the phone and we come in, drop off our envelopes or whatever we need to do. And we had the wash bay from time to time. I didn't, they spent, the owner, a ton of money on wash cards, because that's where we went to wash the cars at Petro-Canada, Portage and Erin Street. Believe me, he spent a lot of money servicing our cars. I know mistakes are made, and I urge you folks, this job means a lot to all of us and to our customers, to seriously look and listen to what he says. He's not avoiding paying his taxes. He's saying, there's a mistake and I need your help to fix this problem. We need it fixed. He's not avoiding it. So please don't give up on him and shut the door and figure that he doesn't care. He cares. He cares for us. That man will help me if I need help. He's told me. So please, please, please look into this and let's come to agreement and some kind of agreement to keep his door and our doors open. Please. I urge you. And that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next registered speaker is Walter Kapusnitsky. And following Walter, the last person we have registered is Ali Mohammed Rinka.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm so sorry. My English is not good. I stay a long time in Canada. It's work like 18 in company. It's my first job in Canada. Before pandemic, everything okay. Pandemic time come. I go on employment. Pandemic time. My son passed away. My wife. They absolutely pay for my son. Now I need 3 months for pension time. I come 3, 4, 5 hours work. Close. I see. Who take me to job? You understand? So, maybe you understand me, maybe. So sorry.
Thank you.
Our last registered speaker is Ali Mohammed. Not with us today. Is there anyone here in support of the appeal who wishes to speak? Anyone in opposition or for information on the appeal who wishes to speak? Okay, now if there are questions for the public service, we should consider those before hearing from the
Questions from the phone service?
Sure.
Speak on that. All right. Councilor Lutz?
Sure. So now I'm hearing there's a discrepancy in the square footage of what was assessed. So maybe you can elaborate a bit on that, because I'm, we gotta get these stories clear here.
Yeah, the information that we determined the assessment to be at back in 2018 and the supplemental for 17 was done through an inspection with the business owner and the space itself.
Okay, so in 2018, you had an inspection
Correct.
of the space,
Of the entire space.
okay?
Unit A, which has been talked about, is under construction, is not part of that space. Okay. It is, that space was determined to be a separately contained unit, which had all the facilities needed to be a self-contained unit. I'll pass along maybe to Nicholas to kind of provide a little bit more detail about the assessment from 2018.
Yeah, sure. So when our assessors inspected the place in 2018, they reviewed what is called Unit A, which was the addition to the building, self-contained unit of its own with its own
Is that Unit
facilities.
A or Unit 8?
Unit A,
A, okay.
yes. And they also inspected the remainder of the building, which is categorized by the owner as units B, D, and C. It was attributed at that time that the owner of the building was occupying and carrying control of all of those spaces, all of those areas of the building.
The owner, not the renter, because London Limos doesn't own the building, correct? They rent it?
Well, London Limos is the corporation that owns the building has the same directors in common as London Limos.
Okay. So they own the building?
Correct.
And, okay,
And they own so they were occupying and had carrying control over all areas of the original building. Now, the original building was built in 1960 as a mechanical vehicle service garage with a paint booth in the middle and a wheelhouse in the back and a maintenance area in the front with offices and bathrooms. So that was one self-contained premise. So when we inspected it, it was very clear to the assessor that it was reasonable to assess London Limos for that area under their control.
Because it was the same numbered company?
Yes, part and parcel because it was the same numbered company and they were occupying areas of the building. And the others are areas of the building that they were occupying were also under their carrying control. Yeah, it's the other.
Do you know the names of the other business? Sorry, Councilor Lutz, sorry.
so I'm hearing there were other occupancy permits taken out.
Correct.
So tell me about that and how that impacts the square footage for
Absolutely. There were other occupancy permits taken out for Unit A. Unit A, we licensed in a business or business assessment for that unit in the year of 2020. The other occupants, there were no other occupancy permits for areas taken out in the building.
So how much was area A? What square footage?
Area A we had as 3,600 square feet.
So then that would have been taken off of
That was not included in London Limo's business assessment area.
in 2018. In 2018 it was.
No, in 2018 it was not.
Oh,
That-
2018 it was not.
That's correct.
I thought you said that they had the whole building in 2018.
Yeah, the original building.
The original
So,
building.
yeah,
Then they built something else.
Yes, unit A.
And that's unit A, that's the 3,500.
That's the area that was vacant until 2020 when we licensed in a
Sure.
business, when they had an occupancy permit.
And that was called unit,
A.
the new part, the addition.
Okay. No other occupancy permits at that address at all?
No,
No.
not
Okay.
since then.
So what was the square footage then in 2018? Was how much?
In 2018, for London Limos, we had 10,775 square feet of space.
10,000. Okay.
Yeah.
And then in 2020, they had made an addition and then an occupant. So really, the only way the city can do a proper assessment is on the occupancy permit is the defining factor, right?
It's
Well,
definitely
one-
one of the things
one,
that we
right.
consider, absolutely.
Okay. And then I don't know what your role is in the tax department, but the gentleman said the taxes went up from 200 to 1,300 or whatever, it went up. So I know we're not here to talk about that. That seems like a lot. Do you have any comments on that?
I'm the manager of assessment services, so I can speak to the assessment side of things. I would turn it to
Right.
Lieutenant Sutton to speak to that.
Yeah, well, the taxes would have gone up based on the increase in assessment. They were based on the 2018.
Based on the inspection, there was an increase in the assessed value or the annual.
Is that based on
That's not.
additional space or the same amount of space?
It's additional space, it appears by the note.
So it went from the 3,000.
No, the 3,000 is not anywhere part of this conversation. In the sense that it's a different self-contained unit and not part of the
So-
space that we had for London Limos.
So in 2018, he had 10,000.
Sorry, I'm sorry, this is important here.
Yeah.
So there's the original building
Okay,
was
A,
10,000.
B, C, D units.
Yeah, was BCD.
B, C, D, okay,
Unit A
was added on.
was added on. It's an
Okay.
addition, which wasn't part of the business assessment for London Limos.
At 2018. Or ever, okay.
It was never assessed as
So
part of
units
London
B, C,
Limos.
D though equals 10,775 square feet.
That's what our notes say, correct?
And you're indicating in 2018, they were using all three units?
Based on our inspection and based on conversation with.
So not just the little room that we're in, like from the table here?
That's what our assessor gleaned from the inspection.
And there was no occupancy permit on that 10,000 square feet for any other business.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't call those units
Sure.
B, C,
Yeah.
and D.
Sure.
We call it one
Sure,
premise.
sure.
That's what the owner is,
But not the addition.
not the addition. The addition is its own self-contained unit.
So there was one unit of 10,775 square feet?
That's the main building, yep.
And it wasn't demised in any separation?
Nope.
It wasn't separated in any way?
Well, it was, so when you look at the plans of the building, there are demising walls separating a few of the areas. When they originally built the structure, the middle area they're calling Unit D was a paint booth. So they needed the separate walls there, or they would want the separate walls there so that paint wouldn't
Sure.
go
But no one
in.
was using it, you're saying? Or like there was no occupancy permit for another business?
No,
So whether they used it or not, it was part of their assessment.
yes.
So if I have a multi-tenanted building, I own a multi-tenanted building, units A through D. And I'm, run my business in A, B, C, and D are completely vacant. I'm only paying business taxes on the space I'm using.
Is it self-contained? That's the
okay.
question,
I
right?
see.
Is it a self-contained unit? Does it have washing facilities? Does it have its own metering? Does it, and we kind of went through that a little bit earlier. There's other things to consider, right? But is it, does it have its own egress and ingress, right? Is it a door?
No shared use, so they.
No shared use, correct. So when it's like that, if you have a 4-unit building, like a strip mall, for an example, that has its own point of ingress and egress, and they have their own metered electricity or metered gas bill, that is a self-contained unit, and that unit becomes accessible for that occupant. In that case,
You could have common HVAC. and some common-
but there are, yeah, I would imagine that's the case, but those sorts of things help us define that.
Sure.
An example, just to maybe help with a picture, if I may, if you give me a little bit of latitude here, it's like going into a hair salon where each chair is leased out to a hairstylist. The business assessment goes to the owner of the business for all the chairs in there, and they collect that based on rent of that chair. So it's almost like subtenants within the actual building itself, right? But we do not issue separate business assessments for each hairstylist that's in that space or use that space.
So you're saying your inspector went in 2018, looked around the buildings, saw probably some areas that weren't being used, but it was shared use. You're seeing shared use of bathroom. I don't know where the car washing station is, but it was in there too, in the 10,000?
There's not a lot of notes based on exactly like the car wash was there or anything like that I could see. But yes, it appeared to be shared use. They weren't self-contained units. And that's why it was deemed to be a single tenant occupancy.
Okay.
If it's single tenant, why would we use the word shared? If it was
Well,
two
it's for the
tenants.
whole space though. It's for the whole space. Sorry, I don't know, maybe I'm using the wrong term, but it's the entire space is, you could still sublease. And you could bring in other businesses into your space to help use and help reduce costs.
So do you have to get an occupancy permit for that though, when you sublease?
I don't know. I don't know that answer, I'll be honest.
I don't believe so at the moment, right now, with the new provisions that are put in for occupancy permits. There is a provision within the City of Winnipeg Charter on how the assessment departments deal with subtenants or subleases. And we assess it in the head lease. So the individual who either has the carrying control of the entire space, either the owner or the individual who holds the head lease. For the purpose.
So, I mean, I know we're not here to argue the tax part, but I just really have to try and understand how it went from $200 a month to around $1,300 a month. Like, was there major renovations? Was there, that's a pretty significant jump.
Yeah, there was a rather large increase in the assessed value based on the inspection.
Right, but like why? We don't
I
know.
went from 3,500 square feet to.
Well,
No.
I don't have the exact
1,075.
number here, right, from 2018, but it went, the year of the assessment went up from 43,260 to 135,000.
Does the area change?
Because of
Because the area of the building
And
changed.
penalties?
Penalties are added because taxes have not been paid, and they're
Right.
added in
That was
accordance with the
part of
tax bill, but that's not, well, but penalties, so the $240 is part of the TIP program.
Right.
So the business had been on the TIP program paying monthly installments, and once the supplemental bill was issued, there was a supplemental tax bill issued on January 17, 2018 to reflect the current setup or the change rate, that increased the payment of the business taxes, which increased the TIP payment.
From what to what?
I don't know if you have that number here. I don't think so, but I'm not gonna, I'll say this, I'm not gonna deny, or I'm not sure that's the right word. I'm gonna make what the appellant said with his taxes. I'll say it's probably fairly accurate without being able to confirm. I'm not disputing that the payments went up. And they were on TIP for a period of time until they were ineligible to be on the TIP program any longer.
Because once you get behind, then you can't go on TIP.
Normally, if you have 2 NSF checks, your enrollment in the TIP program ceases, and that's based on the TIP bylaw.
And these were NSF?
Correct.
They were NSF at the old amount or the new amount?
The new accounts.
So they were paying the increase. Or the attempt, at least the check said. Okay, so the check said that they were paying the increase. To your understanding.
I don't have that. I don't have the exact information in front of me, Counselor. I can't confirm.
So I'm just trying to get my head around the assessment, trying to visualize. Because there's shared facilities, washrooms, Therefore, one could say that they're not shared because there's no one else there. You said there could have been, as far as we know, a possibility for a sublease on this part. Would that have changed if someone else, another business, a separate business was using those same washrooms? Would we have looked at the size of the assessed area differently? By saying, well, there's someone else in that other part of that building. They happen to be sharing the same washroom. But they're the ones that are definitely in that other portion. Is that ever possible in any circumstances?
In this building, no, because it's a self-contained unit of itself. However, in an office, like if you were to walk around an office building, you'd have a shared corridor leading to an office area that would have its own self-contained bathrooms and facilities and all these other things, amenities, kitchenettes, separate ingress and egress from a shared corridor. And that would be for set up specifically for multi-tenant occupancy.
Yeah, if I go into the Richardson building or somewhere, there's definitely a business there, definitely a separate business there, they share a washroom. If there's no business there, no longer they left, would the other business that shared the washroom have to pay for the empty office?
No, they would not have to pay for the empty.
And how is this different?
Well, there would be, in that scenario, there would be two businesses, one occupying one unit and one occupying another unit. The shared corridor and the shared spaces would be common area spaces.
But what if there is no other business?
Then that area would be vacant and we wouldn't assess business assessment for that area.
But they're saying it was vacant, aren't they?
In the example that Nicholas is talking about, there's each contained self-contained units. In this building, they are not. There are three spaces, but they're not self-contained.
And
So they're not
how do you
individually
say they're
locked.
not self-contained because they share a common facility?
Well, there's no you go from one space to another space to the other space, from my knowledge.
10,000 square feet, you got desk here, desk there,
I
there.
see. So there's no.
That's
separate
my
walls.
knowledge. I'll be honest, Counselor, I have not inspected the building. I was only in the building to serve the order. And that was just in the front entranceway. It did not go any further. And I have not seen all aspects of the building.
I am aware in different circumstances in which I've worked, both in a political campaign, I can give you the exact specifics of it. Also working for a business, I can give you exact specifics of it. In both cases where rental of square footage within another business, within an area that a business uses, they got some extra space in that area and they rent it out by the square footage. I'm not gonna mention any names now because it sounds like maybe they weren't allowed to, but I'm serious, like I'm not, it's very obvious to me what they were doing. They were renting square footage. There were no doors. There were no walls. Is that allowed?
You could sublease part of your space for that, but it's care and control the space of who we assess.
Okay, and
That's-
therefore it doesn't change the assessed area.
Correct.
That's correct. It doesn't change the assessed area.
Okay,
The assessed area would stay the same.
all right.
The head lease would have, or the owner or the head person who owns the space would have carrying control over the space. and any-
Regardless of whether they sublet any square footage.
That's
You don't have this case, I'm guessing, but the lady who cuts my hair, she rents a chair from somebody who,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. That's okay, that's okay. I've
But
made fun of your hair already, so.
yeah,
it's
you guys. She rents a chair and like she doesn't pay business taxes, but the person who leases the master unit, they're paying business
Yeah,
taxes and
I get it.
presumably in part of what she pays for the chair helps pay for the.
No,
business.
I see. All right, fair enough. And when was that assessment changed? It was a notable change, right? From 3,500 square feet to 10,000.
Yes, a supplemental tax bill was issued on January 7th, 2018.
Was it perceived that there was a misperception before that time? And therefore, that's when the property tax increases, sorry, the business tax increase went up?
The only note that I can see here, and it's been a while, that the assessor, and it's on our page, I think it's page 6, second bullet, near the bottom of the page, which just has the note. of what the assessor had done and how they determined the value, the assessed value. And based on that change on January 17th, we issued a supplemental business tax bill for 2017. That was based on the information and the inspection of January 11th, 2018. And on January 19th, we issued, that was to correct the tax roll itself. There's two separate rolls. One's the tax roll, one's the assessment roll. Supplemental bills are part of the charter, and we bills on that. And then based on the Municipal Assessment Act, we issued what we call the assessor advice letter, which would provide the assessment moving forward for 2018. And that was issued on the 19th. Both those documents are appealable. And there's information on each document on how to file an application for revision. To the Board of Revision, correct.
So I'm gonna go on another tack here. The business in question is 2127423 Manitoba Limited. That is the business in question. What difference does it make what we call the company? That is the numbered company, that's its legal entity, regardless of any business name it goes under. Is that true? Right. So it doesn't matter whether we call it London Limos or not. The company is, regardless of any way they market themselves, the business is 2127423 Manitoba Limited. Correct. They own the building?
The same directors own the building. The building is owned by Aaron.
So it's not, it's a separate numbered company. It's not the same number company.
There is linkage between the two parties.
There's linkage, but it's a separate.
Correct.
Business, numbered business.
Correct.
Okay, that was important. I had the impression that it was the same numbered company. It is not the same.
It has the same director, but they are different names, different entities.
And thus in that question, you can't seize the assets of the building as the building is an asset, because just like they could move, this is two separate entities. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Orlico.
Can't hear you.
Oh, no, can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted, John. There we go.
Yeah, I am uncomfortable with the conversation we're having, just because we're not supposed to be dealing with assessments. I know we're trying to get some background information, but trying to figure out these questions. Really, that's why we have the Board of Revision. There are people in there who are non-biased. They're experts in their field, and they can do this a bit better than we can. But I have, I guess, my two questions. One was, I think I heard the answer. The gentleman indicated that, or he didn't really indicate, maybe he indicated, he didn't answer really. Was he aware of the Board of Revision responsibilities for him to appeal? And what I've heard now is that in pretty well all the letters, not all the letters, but he was notified he has the opportunity to appeal to the Board of Revision. I think you do almost every tax bill you send out people. Is that correct? Or how maybe a little bit higher up, how was he informed about, or was not informed about, his opportunity to appeal at the Board of Revision?
Okay, I'll go through a bit of a timeline, Councillor, but if you'll indulge me for a few minutes.
Tell us if they're registered letters or not.
No, we don't have to send anything out. It's an ordinary mail as per the charter. Yeah, so I'll answer that. I'll answer that one quickly. When we issued the supplemental tax bill in 2018, it would have had a what we call a NOCIA, Notice of Change in Assessment, which would show the original assessment to the revised assessment. There's information included right on that notice as how to file an application for revision on the bottom of the notice. 2018, when we issued the assessor advice letter for 2018 assessment year, for the year of assessment, the assessor advice letter also contains similar information on how to file an application at the Board of Revision. Every assessment notice that we mail, we will mail out every general assessment to every business owner. In a year of a general assessment, we'll get a notice. That will have information on that. That's every 2 years, except for the COVID year where the province extended it for 1 year. So 2018 was a general assessment year. We would have sent notices out prior to this gentleman taking full ownership of the numbered company based on information that we sent today. We also would have issued a assessment letter or assessment notice, rather, this assessment notice in November of 2019 for the 2020 year assessment cycle. we would issue another notice for the 2023 assessment in November of 2022. And for 2025, we'll be issuing notices in this November. From that, after every notice has been issued, we have 21 days to file an application to the Board of Revision as per legislation. In a year of a non-general reassessment, not every business would receive a new assessment notice, only if there's been a change. So increased space, decreased space, maybe they vacated their premise and moved, they would get a new notice. It would contain the same information. In addition, our customer service counter did talk to the business owner on July 22nd, 2019. Explained, according to the note, I wasn't part of this conversation, so this is a note within our system. I can't elaborate too much more. Didn't understand the amount of taxes that were owing. Taxes penalties were explained of how they were calculated, why there's penalties, including how the ARV is used to calculate taxes. It was also explained at this time, this is July 22nd, 2019. It's not during the appeal period, it's a specific time. That it was too late to appeal his assessment, and his next opportunity to file an application for revision was in November.
You might have missed it, been on holidays, been sick, whatever, but there's.
We are,
opportunity.
yeah. The assessment tax.
It's a business. Like,
Yeah.
if you're away on holidays, you should have someone checking out your mail. That's a business. Again, we're trying to be lenient, but it is, they decided to incorporate as a corporation for a reason. So we're not treating the business as a person because they chose to be a corporation. And that's kind of my next question, but go ahead.
Just to further to that, the assessment taxation department mails has a very kind of strict mailing timeframe. We don't do things, we are very consistent on how we mail and when we mail our notices with tax bills. So people learn to expect when they're coming, know that they should be in the mail. For a business. You would know in the third week of April, you should be getting your tax bill. For a property owner who pays property taxes, knows that we mail the back tax bills out in May. Business assessments and realty properties or property assessment notices are mailed at the same time frames as well. Maybe give or take 2 or 3 days, right? But it's a very similar time period.
Okay.
Other questions? I have a follow-up question still.
Follow-up, fine, yes, go ahead.
Sorry. What I gave a little speech about we shouldn't be the Board of Revision, but I'm just trying to figure out. So we're after the numbered company for failure to pay taxes on the building. And what I understand is the appellant says, well, I wasn't using that space and I can't believe you're charging me all that money. And now we're here today with London Limos, which is the numbered company. Not the numbered company is here today to cease operation. Why would that be when the person who owns a building, Elgin Properties? Again, it doesn't matter if it's the same person on the board. They're separate entities. They're corporations. So I have been told by my real estate friends that this is very common practice where you have a holding company and then as a business, and then you lease out the bottom parts to individual responsibility. So why aren't we going after I think it's Elgin Properties, the corporation that owned the building, rather than going for the numbered company?
Yeah, it's a business tax, Council. They're two separate taxation lines of taxation. So the business tax is really like an occupancy tax.
The other
So
one is
use
property.
and the other is a property tax based on the assessed value or market value. What we feel your market value is for that building. They are separate items, and they're distinct between the landlord and the tenant.
I see where you're coming from. Okay, got it. Thank you very much. No more questions.
Councillor Lukes was next.
So if we shut down the business, what is our recourse in getting any taxes back?
Well,
What is the city's recourse?
we would file a statement of claim to the court system and see if we can collect the back taxes that way.
I guess, I mean, if it was different, if the owner and the tenant were different, the thought is perhaps a new tenant would come in that would pay their taxes, but. Sharp?
Sure, so we're dealing with B, C, and D. We're saying that they were in care and control of all three letters of this building.
Based on the inspection from 2018, that was the decision that was made.
Okay,
Any other questions?
yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
so, so we still refer to them as B, C, and D?
We
Oh, I see. Okay.
that's the owners.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Now, how do we know that it's not the owner of the building that is in control, care and control of the space, and they're not leasing square footage of that space to London Limo?
Well, in this case, because the owner of the building has its common directors with the tenant of the building, it would be what we would call a non-arm's length lease between the two. So they could sign a lease, but it's not, it's common ownership, it's not arm's length.
So common ownership, so then I have to go back again, if it's common ownership, then you're saying that London Limo owns the building?
There are two different numbered companies here, but they're both under the same directorship of one individual.
So what does common ownership mean? Does London Limo therefore own the building? No, but it's somehow common ownership to the extent that what? So the
Common director.
common directors, okay, so how does this common ownership affect my question again? How do we know that it's not the owner of the building that is care and control of it, and they're not renting space within that larger area to London Limo? Your answer to that was that it's common ownership, but then I gotta go back again, if it's common ownership.
It'd be like saying though, like the woman who cuts my hair isn't responsible if the person who's renting her the chair hasn't paid her business taxes. They're not going, the city's not going after the
Right,
girl cutting my hair for
right,
business taxes.
because it's not but it's not common ownership.
Right.
In this case, they're saying it's common ownership, because I'm asking the question, what if the company is in control, the owner of the building, that other company, not London Limo, is in care and control of it, and they're subleasing a portion of that 10,000 square feet, possibly something like 3,577 square feet to London Limo? The answer was, well, it's common ownership, which means to me, they own the building.
Okay.
So it'd be a non-arm's length lease, like I'd be signing a lease to myself, essentially.
So
So
not
I
about
can,
the amount of the lease more so than the, like.
I can
The lease
control-
doesn't represent a market lease.
correct, I would control all stipulations of the lease, so it may or may not represent a market indication of a lease, but as the owner, I would control every aspect of that process, so it's called a non-arm's length.
And they can
transaction.
control the assets of the building because it's a non-arm's length and they're co-ownership, and therefore they have some sort of actual involvement with the ownership of the building.
I mean, these are good questions directed possibly to the owner. I don't pretend to own someone's property.
Like, the owner of the building doesn't lease his own, like, they are separate companies at least, they're connected through a common director. But they are separate companies, which makes it, because they have the same or similar director or the same director, it makes the lease that's been signed with London Limos for that space non-arm's length. But that is in our view, was the main tenant of the building at that time. And the tenant would have care and control over that space.
They have enough care and control over that space because it's not arm's length, despite the fact that they do not own the building. Okay, so I can see maybe this is the dilemma, or kind of missing it. They're co-owners to the extent that they cannot rent a smaller space within that area. They're not allowed to. It can't be seen that way because it's not arm's length, but they also cannot be seen to be owning the building. So I see a conundrum there.
The registered owner of the building registered at Terrahead, which is the land titles office, is, I don't have the name in front of me, Aaron's, what is that?
Aaron Street Building Corporation.
Aaron Street Building Corporation. And for this purpose of unpaid business taxes is not, so it's it's neither here nor there who really owns the building in a sense.
But it is,
For the-
it is here
In my
or
opinion.
there, it is here or there in terms of whether that separate company is allowed to rent square footage from the other company. And you're saying they're not allowed to rent square footage within that space?
We never said they weren't allowed to rent. square
So they
footage
could,
off
so they
the
could
board.
rent 3,577 square feet of
If
the
it's a
10,000?
self-contained unit like we were discussing earlier, and they have a smaller unit where they have all their, everything that they need without sharing things, and they don't have the bigger space, and they have proper demising walls, yes, they can.
Well, I think that's why I'm using the word renting square space, given the examples I talked about a campaign, another business I used to work for, and Councillor Bawadi's point about his hairstylist not renting the entire place, just renting square footage, like just renting area. That's where I'm coming from here.
Right, and fair enough, and though these spaces that in that example that you just said are not self-contained, not each unit is self-contained. It is an open unit that does not have proper demising walls, does not have proper ingress or egress, or has only one entrance or exit. All those things are considered. There's a lot that goes into determining the assessment of a business as well as
right.
other aspects of that.
All right, I just wish to state for the record that we've got some form of conundrum in that the businesses are considered not arm's length to the extent that one may not rent merely square footage from another one who may be in care and control of the larger building, but at the same time that they're not in, they are not arm's length. It is not considered that that other business is a co-owner of the building, to which it may not rent square footage within a larger area because it is not arm's length. I find that a conundrum. I don't know whose fault that is or whether this just is a loophole in terms of how the laws work. I just find that something hard to get for us
Just a
to
point of clarification. We have not said that the number company 212, sorry, I gotta find it now. I can't remember it off the top of my head. The numbered company that operates as London Limos, which I can't seem to find right now. 212-7423 Manitoba Limit is co-owner of the building. We have not said that. We
I
just said,
understand. I know.
okay.
Yeah.
We just said there's a link between the directors of each corporation. That's all.
Which prohibits one to rent to the other one in terms of square footage.
No.
In terms of square footage, you said they may not.
No, they can draft the lease however they would like.
So they could have rented 3,577 square feet from the owner of the building.
If the property was set up to have a 3,500 square foot self-contained unit. This building at that time, from our notes and what we see, does not have that, or did not have that.
And that's why I refer again to my examples in Councilor Brouadi's. The person renting their square footage, when they have at their hairstylist chair, there's no extra walls or anything, they're just renting square footage. That's allowed, but in this case, they're not allowed to.
Well, that could be a subtenancy lease, and the subtenant and London Limos could have subtenants. They can have subtenants that come in and use the car wash or use the service base. If there's, believe there's service base there,
Well,
they can use those
like-
as a subtenant of London Limos.
Why can't London Limo rent space like the hairstylist?
They can. I think the
Okay.
distinguishing thing here is the rent versus the assessed value, right? So a lease can be structured any way a company wants. We don't necessarily, and Nicholas can speak to this better than I could, consider that an assessed value if there's no devising law.
All right, so then when it comes to the hairstylist who is renting square space from. Oh, they're renting it from a business or renting it from they're renting it from a business, not from the owner. Well, renting it from the hairstyling business, not from the owner of the building. It's a sublease. I get it, sublease, not lease.
Okay.
All right, so sublease versus lease, that's where I'm at right now.
There you go. Councilor Lutz?
I'm not sure.
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, no, we still have to hear from rebuttals.
Oh,
Councilor Oliver?
Okay, we're definitely into areas that I think are past our are what we're here for today. So I just want to clarify, we're not here today, and correct me if I'm wrong, to debate the assessed value or the taxes or to waive taxes.
Right.
What we're here today is simply to say, should the city, the appellant says, do not do a whatever cease and desist order or a close, whatever you guys are calling it. That's what we're here today. Is that
It is, I mean, I think it's germane to the conversation to ask if, you know, yeah.
Look, we see this all the time. If I may mention, Chair Rawadi,
Councilor Lucas,
excuse me.
go ahead.
So I'm unless I'm hearing otherwise today, I'm not. While it's all interesting and good to listen to the debate about if they should be assessed so much and all that stuff. It's really about the order to cease operations.
Correct.
Specifically,
Yeah.
that's what I'm hearing, and that's where I'm at. Okay, thank you.
We made that statement at the beginning. I have to make the statement here. When you look at what we're about to say, one councillor is going to start saying, moved by the councillor that receipt of public representations be concluded.
No.
The next statement, Councillor Rawadi, is that the appeal be allowed, denied, or allowed in part, which means we're still in a gray area. Once we say allowed in part, we've been doing this for years. We don't know what the conditions are to what that part is going to be allowed. Therefore, all this stuff plays into the potentiality of allowing in part. And that's why what we're talking about is relevance, potentially.
Well, but in part, it's not going to be to say we're lowering their assessed value or going to decrease their taxes.
Right, that's not-
What do you think it would be? What would it be?
Well, it's not going to be that because we're not allowed to under the charter.
I'd like to know what it is then, because it says allowed in part.
Oh, then let it go through.
Yeah.
We'll
Give
talk
an
about it.
example of allowing in part.
Exactly.
You can allow it in part and request that the appellant enter into a payment plan, but
Yeah.
everything else is not in front of you today. It's just whether or not they cease operations, and you can add conditions to that.
You can't decide, you know, like this many square feet is going to be part of the
None
business,
of
this
that.
part isn't, that's not just that.
None of the leasing, none of that is in front of you.
So the only option for allowed in part is a payment plan.
That's an example of, I don't,
Right, and there's
I'm not clear
the
what
gray
you're
area, and
saying,
I don't know, I didn't expect you to
sure.
provide it all.
But it's really just
sure.
whether or not they should be ceasing operations, whether or not you agree with the order that was issued or whether you don't. And that's it.
Councilor Lutz,
I'm fine.
you're good? Okay, Councilor Orlando, do you need a moment to reboot? Okay. We will take a 2-minute recess right now. Let's try to get back here real quick, and then we'll go on to rebuttals. Well, the appeal is hearing back to order and the meeting of the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. Okay, we'll now call forward the
Appellant,
appellant.
you can come back to speak in rebuttal to comments made, so you have up to 10 minutes to rebut any comments you heard, however, no new information is permitted.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's a square footage amount of business, but that's a suburbs. I guess that's the difference. Oh, I'm going on a limb to this.
Thank you. Welcome back. Go ahead.
So I'm still confused. The 10,775 feet area was not occupiable up and until 2020, 2020, November 2020. And also there was a property tax was appealed because city mistakenly considered that area as occupied area. That was mentioned in a property tax. And appeal was heard, and then city reduced that area. So
When was it appealed?
sorry,
What year was it appealed?
I can't recall, but that's around same time, maybe 2019, 2018. And appeal was filed because they assessed, included that area, entire area. Like total building now with addition is 10,775. Maybe it's a 10,000. I'm not sure exactly because their own assessor is saying 9,880 with his submission in January 22. So that new addition was not ready and up and until 2022. So they reduced assessment from $1.9 million to 1.176. I don't know the exact number, so it just came in. So property tax, they corrected their mistake, but business tax, they added that area and tax London Limos, which was not the fair. And Bosch Auto Service Center did operate from there, and it was evicted with a court order in, I believe in 2019 for non-payment of rents. And there was, Luxury for Less was issued a occupancy permit on November 12th, 2020. So I'm not sure if city property tax was assessed wrong and they correct their mistake sometime in 2019 or 2018. And but the business tax was billed to London Limo entire time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so just wait, so you're saying in about, I don't see this in the notes here from the city. You're saying that there was an appeal on the taxes in 2019.
That was on property tax.
Oh, that's property tax.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
So it was assessed, the area was included
got it.
and assessed for 1.9 million, which was reduced to 1.176. I don't know exact the number. I'm just going from my memory. So what I'm saying that area was not issued occupancy permit up and until 2020, and since 2020, Unit A and Unit B was occupied by Luxury for Less Auto Corp, and still is under their occupancy. London Limo was only using the part of car wash, and they were substituting rent to Luxury for Less and Drive to Auto. Drive to Auto and Luxury for Less is the same ownership. It's the same tenant. Yes.
So, thank you. So you're saying which, in your thinking, as you explain it, London Limo was in which portion, B, C, or D?
Originally, before 2018, London Limos was in B only.
Okay.
And C was occupied by Hallis Auto, and they have a shared occupancy with the previous corporation, which was NST Building Corporation. So it was a shared occupancy. And one time there was Aaron Auto Sale was running their dealership. That was before, I believe, 2012. And Hallis Auto was sharing the occupancy with Aaron Street Auto Sale or something. That was 2012. And Hallis Auto stayed there up until, I believe, May 2018. And in 2020, the Hallis Auto C, Unit C was occupied by AB Auto and Lahut Auto Service Center. And still they are there.
AB Auto, so she was.
AB and Lahut. So it was AB, same ownership. When one owner left and other owner changed the company's name to Lahut Auto. And he signed a second lease with NST Building Corporation.
All right, and Councilor Brawadi, I forgot to ask the administration whether they were assessing AB Auto and these other ones for their separate business in 2020. I forgot to ask them that. Kind of a dilemma for me to make a decision, I gotta say. Because if they can tell me that they were being assessed separately,
Again, I don't think that's really germane at this point. Okay, good.
well, it's about who's renting what. I mean, the city wouldn't double book or renting, like they wouldn't be renting to,
Right.
they wouldn't be charging business tax to both businesses for that area.
Councilor Lukes?
What year did you buy London Limos?
Sorry?
What year did you become the owner of London Limos?
I was silent partners from 2010, and became full owner in 2018 when other two partners, one decided to retire and other was moved to East Toronto side.
Councillor Brady, I request that the administration return for one more round. I apologize.
Then we give him another round.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We would have to, but that is my request.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay. All right,
So it doesn't pass.
I don't know what Councillor Orlando voted.
He didn't.
Doesn't say them. Can't hear you.
Specifically, what's the question? Do you want us to pose to administration? Is it about the assessed value again?
Yes, I understand. Yes. Yes, it is.
So I thought we covered that. That's not where we're talking about today. So why would you need to ask that question?
Because it says allowed in part is a possibility, and the allowed in part is based on what I just want to get clarity on this one, because this.
I think
this
it's going
one
down
hurts.
Out of respect for my colleague, I'll agree. I don't think it's necessary, but out of respect for Councillor Stryer, I'll say yes.
Thank you.
All right, so 3-1, very good. We will call the public service back. If you just want to step aside for just a moment, you don't have to sit down. It shouldn't be very long.
So you want to vote?
No, you just leave the chair for a moment, please. Yeah. Yeah, sit up front here.
Sit handy here, because you have to come back.
You're gonna be right back.
So, well, can I?
No. It's all good. It's all good.
And I apologize, I should have asked this before, I kind of had it there and I forgot, and then he reminded me, just for the record. And I would have before 2016 or 2018, but after that it gets reassessed. In what year again does it get reassessed, the 10,000 square feet?
In 2018, we did the inspection, but we did go back to the start or part of 2017. I don't have the exact.
January 1st, 2017.
Okay, no, he's saying at one point C, what he refers to as C, that area was being leased by AB Auto. Or does the city have a record of this, assessing that business separately? Sure it wouldn't be the intention of the city to impose a business tax on two businesses for the same square footage.
I don't know if you know offhand. I don't have all the records for that building with me today. We were talking about this one space. I do know that for that new addition, there is a separate lease and a business occupied.
The new addition, right.
The new addition.
I'm just curious too, so maybe there's a way you
Could it be
can find
service?
out and get back to us. Are you charging business taxes to, what is it called?
AB Auto,
And
Ellis.
Yeah, I
Ellis was before, but there's maybe
can't
another company that came
confirm
in
that
2020.
this time.
right, but that sort of seems to be pivotal in his argument. But anyways, we don't know now, so that's not the decision, but I would like to know. So we can find that later. If you can make a note on that, and send it to the committee.
If we, that, and what is the relevance is asking for that, getting that information later?
Well, to know. I'd like to know.
Is it relevant to our decisions?
Not mine.
So you're just curious for educational purposes. I get it. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, public service. Call the phone back. Sorry about that.
Just to confirm,
Whoa, did they sublease?
regular.
Well, I suspect it's like.
No, still a regular planning portion. It's all.
They don't make a differentiate.
Sorry, you can return to the. Sorry about that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is my first time I'm meeting in person.
This is my first time too, so
I'm
yes.
very nervous.
All right. So yes, you continue responding to everything, including what was just said, as well as everything in the public hearing up to this point.
Sorry?
You can continue rebutting or responding to everything that's been brought up in the public hearing to this point. This is your chance to close and any further comments.
Well, in closing, I just want to say London Limo wants to pay its obligations. But I want the city to rethink about what is being posed onto London Limos. It really put us, a 35-year-old building in a really awkward situation. We not able to pay $144,000, very scary number. And any reasonable tax which will be assessed, we are willing to pay the taxes. And we always paid the taxes. That's why we were registered on the TIP program. but because of the confusion of the area, it was overly assessed. It put a lot of burden on London Limos, and that was the only reason London Limo was not able to pay. Otherwise, London Limo is willing to pay whatever they decide, which is according to the occupancy. London Limo is willing to pay the taxes and always pay the taxes.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Okay. There's motions.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll get this out here. So basically then it's just page 4, that's it, right? And the comments are put after the Sure. Okay, I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
I'm going to,
I say nay. I don't.
you don't want to conclude the public representations?
No, I guess, you know what? We have the information. I do feel unfortunately we have the information we need.
Okay.
Oh, darn.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that the appeal be allowed in part and that the order of the manager of taxation and finance, assessment and taxation department be canceled. Okay, and I'll give you my reasons.
Confirm if you're straight up canceling the decision, then that's just allowing the appeal. Are you adding any conditions?
I'm putting the conditions in here,
Okay.
okay? So, and I can, I wrote this out, I can send it to you.
Sure.
So, now because there are no assets here for the bailiff to seize, this presents a very significant problem for the city in that we are unable to collect taxes. I'm hearing there's no certainty as how the city can secure payment of taxes. We heard we can't put a claim on the building because it's another company. I want to say, first of all, it's really disappointing that Mr. Sidhu, as a business owner, did not make a more aggressive effort to sort through the perspectives and resolve this. Firstly, to appeal his tax assessment and then to pay any taxes because he basically just stopped paying taxes. Every business owner in the city knows that you have to pay taxes and there should be no excuse not to. And again, I have a really hard time understanding why Mr. Sidhu could not find someone to speak to. He has an elected representative in his city councillor to help him work through things if he's not making progress with the public service. I've had similar experiences with businesses who could not pay their taxes, who have delayed payments and had big fines, but we worked out a payment plan with the tax department. So I'm going to allow the appeal in part, and the condition is that he enter into a payment plan. But only because if we shut down the business, we really have no opportunity to gather taxes, from my understanding. If we allow him to continue his business, there is a much greater opportunity to collect the taxes. For sure, this is not ideal, but if we allow the business to continue, we do have that opportunity to collect the taxes that are owed.
Thank you, Councillor. I just, a question for the clerk in terms of process. I agree with I think the spirit of the motion and that we're not looking for any type of amnesty. We're not encouraging for there to be consideration of any further amnesty in terms of reducing or reconsidering the taxes. However, I think we need to still include in your motion basically we are looking to use the power that we have to close the business, but to hold it in abeyance for a period of time. Like hold it for 30 days or 60 days so that they can come up with that payment term. Like, I don't think we want to.
So if you want to put a condition on to close it for 30 days and.
No. To not close it for
Okay.
a period of time so that they can.
Oh, you want to put a time limit on it?
Yes.
To pay back the taxes.
We're still looking, not to taxes, but to come into the terms, to.
Yeah.
Period of time to establish those terms.
60 days.
Sure.
You know, they can go back and forth and figure out how long that's gonna take and what it's gonna look like.
So you want to give them like 30 days to go back and forth?
I'd go even as high as 60 days.
60 days
Sure.
to go back and forth to figure out the payment plan?
Right.
Okay, I'm open to that. I'm adding that in.
Yeah, just trying to figure out how to word that properly and I might ask. To help out with some of that language, but if you allow the appeal, cancel the order, and instead approve the following, you would be allowing the business to continue operations for a period of 60 days. Subject to the following condition, that the business owner enter into an acceptable payment plan for all outstanding business taxes and penalties to the satisfaction of the manager of assessment and taxation. My only concern there is that after that 60 days, is this clear enough to everybody that the business will then be required to cease operations?
No, I don't want to, this not to come back.
The appeal committee's decision is the final decision.
Yep, that's fine by, that's proper to me. Yep, 60 days, and if he doesn't come into an agreement with a satisfactory agreement, then they'll have to cease operations, but.
So in terms of motion, does the appeal allowed be in part? And the order of the manager of taxation and assessment be confirmed subject to the condition that the closure be held in abeyance for 60 days? Is that a front?
Or would it make more sense to just allow, can I have just 5 minutes just to figure out proper wording?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pause the meeting, go on. SBC on finance and active, we're back in session. The clerk was working on some language. We haven't heard it yet, so just to check with the mover of the motion, Councillor Lukes, do you want to read it out aloud, please, Madam Clerk?
So the standing committee is allowing the appeal in part and granting an extension of 60 days for compliance with the order dated June 27th, 2024, and also requiring that the business owner enter into an acceptable payment plan for all outstanding business taxes and penalties within that time frame, so within 60 days, failing which all necessary steps are be taken, and the order will be enforced after the 60 days.
So then basically that gives him 60 days to work with the taxation department to weed through all of the discussions that we've heard to come up with a payment plan. And if he doesn't, then after 60 days, the city enacts the cease and desist or closes down the business or however they go about doing
In terms
that.
of what's allowed, yes.
Okay,
You want me to give your reasons or?
well, I gave him earlier. I'll send them to you.
Okay.
Otherwise, we won't be able to get him.
I'll just add to the record here. Again, I think the message we need to share to all business owners, to all Winnipeggers, is if you feel there's something wrong, if there's a question about your assessment, you really do need to keep on top of it. 6 years later is not a time frame that there's any provision to go back and revisit anything. Normally it's you get an assessment notice, you have to appeal it within that block of time. Under very exceptional circumstances, assessment department can go back a year. The fact that there's been if the business owner believes there's been a problem, you need to do it very expeditiously, and it's unfortunate that it's come to this. So I'll be supporting Councillor Luke's motion. Okay, any other comments?
Yes.
Councillor Shire.
Sure. I do believe essentially that the city showed due diligence over the years, essentially every year, in communicating to the business what their perspective was, their actions, what their assessment value was. I believe the city that the administration was open for communication. It is unfortunate that we didn't have that greater communication, but I do believe the city was there for this and that there was the communication made that this had the ability to be considered through the Board of Revision. Having said that, this hurts. Having said that, it is my understanding that owners of the building went to the Board of Revision between 2018 and 2020, which shows there was some sort of understanding of the process, at least when it comes to the non-arm's length relationship with the owners of the building who did go for the Board of Revision, which this business was advised to do. If they had any concerns. That wasn't taken. Here we go. I understand there's some potential ambiguities here, including the issue of lease versus sublease. And I believe, I'm not gonna blame any particular agency for this, but I ask that people consider the idea that there is a double standard here. In that the business was not allowed by virtue of its lack of arm's length relationship, its non-arm's length relationship to the owner of the building, therefore could not, thus apparently, what we heard today, specifically, or did not, because of the lack of arm's length, it would have taken a different contract for them not to have been responsible for the care and responsibility for the other 6,000 feet or so of the 10,000 rather than the 3,500. Despite the fact that, despite the lack of arm's length, they are not, the owners of the building are not responsible for this penalty and is not considered to be a viable asset to be seized, despite the lack of arm's length, which changes the nature of their potential contract for leasing. Now, having said that, this is the final governing decision here at City Hall. This can go to court. If it can be shown that the city did charge separate
That's I'm not sure
business,
that's accurate.
sure, pardon me,
I'm not sure that's accurate, but okay.
this cannot go to provincial court? I understand anything can go to provincial court if they so wish. If it can go to provincial court, if it may, this is the final decision here.
We're not confident here, yeah.
That's my understanding. You can always take things beyond the city of Winnipeg if you wish. It's no longer with the city of Winnipeg. This is the city of Winnipeg's final decision here. You can always appeal things to provincial court. You can go to Supreme Court. We're not above them. So things can go to court from here. And if it can be shown that the city double charged business taxes to AB Auto, well, I'll be shutting that on. I do not believe the city did, kind of thing. But because there was issue of AB Auto being in there, thus should not be charged the tax. That's an issue whether the city did or not. And that would be an issue to be resolved at a higher level of judicial decision. Yes, that's why I did say the city showed due diligence here. I cannot say they didn't. And
Thank you, Councilor Chang. Councilor Orlando, do you want to have any comments or just call for the vote? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, carried. Councilor Lukes, you move that the appeal be concluded?
I move that the appeal be concluded.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed,
Aye.
carried.
The committee has made a final decision on this matter, which is not subject to further review.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that took a little while. Thank you very much. We'll move into reports. Update from Centerport Canada.
Okay, so just so they know that it's done now, everyone can go.
The appeal is done.
About reports.
Update from Centerport Canada. Ms. Carly Evanston, the organization was here due to another appointment and schedule. She has to leave. She has offered to come back at the next meeting, which is being held on Thursday, October 10th. Is that somebody move to move this item to that agenda? Councilor Lukes, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Number 2, major capital project reporting schedule, Q3. Madam CFO.
Item number 2 is the schedule of major capital projects, and reporting today is Danny Tooth, acting manager of major capital projects.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, councilors. So no surprises on this schedule. It's the same as it was last month. You've got the next 8 reports from water and waste, so I won't take up any more time.
Okay. Reports here, and again, the one project that we've added to this list that was not didn't meet the criteria was the pipe under the red. Is that on this list here?
Rich?
Not on the schedule. I'm going to defer to the department to
explain why. Okay, all right.
What's that?
We've asked previously, report number.
Right, to have.
Number 9. It is there, but it doesn't show, appear on the major list, but okay, that's fine. Okay.
Report number 9, but I asked to have.
Yep, and it's there.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, got it. Okay, perfect. Okay, motion to receive.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's carried. Thanks, Danny. Number 3, Centerport South Water and Sewer Servicing.
Okay, so the next 7 agenda items are Water and Waste Department reports relating to major capital. Tim Shanks, the Director of Water and Waste, along with Cynthia Weave, Manager of Engineering, are here to speak to the reports. Is Lucy on Zoom?
Lucy should be on Zoom before the AMI report. So it's like, she might be a few minutes.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you for your patience. and Sorry for the delay, guys. New to us here.
Know all about appeals of water and waste district.
Okay. You for Finance Committee.
Sorry, so yes, we're here to present a whole pile of reports, and Cynthia will obviously lead on pretty much all of them, except maybe 2. So I think first up is, you said Centerport? Yeah.
Centerport South Water.
Great. So Centerport South is our 4th report on the project. In this quarter, council approved an additional in the reporting quarter, sorry, I should say, had approved an additional 12.7 million as part of the last multi-year budget. So this brings the approved budget for this project to 73.7 million dollars. Sorry. Apologies for that. So since 2020, there has been quite a change in the local and global markets, as we've seen, in a lot of different projects that have been going on. That was so this helped cover the escalation above typical inflation rates that we've been seeing in the construction industries. Market volatility has continued to be, a bit uncertain for us, but I am happy to say that the bids we've been receiving are mostly with very close and typically slightly under our pre-tender estimates. So we're doing good. So yeah, I guess moving forward then. So in this reporting period, we've spent 1.3 million for a total of 3 million. And we've got 40 million of provincial funding for this report. So we've been moving ahead on the project quite a bit. If you've driven in the area, you would have already started to see some construction happening. We did have to defer the substantial completion for this project from Q4 of 2025 to Q1 of 2026. Main reason for that is we've had some delays in equipment, specifically for the lift station, some of the electrical equipment, the motor control. The MCCs are taking longer than we had initially anticipated. And we've also seen higher than expected groundwater levels.
So but we're not digging yet, are we?
No, but when they give us when we're putting a tender out, right? And we've been monitoring the groundwater. So we asked for the construction schedule. So we got feedback from the contractors saying that because the groundwater is the highest since we started recording it, I believe in 2019 or so, it just adds extra complexity. There's much more they have to pump it out. They had to change the shoring methods. So they were just telling us in the initial schedule that was proposed, there was too much risk.
Right.
So
that could go down by the time they start doing it if the groundwater level goes down?
I'm not a big groundwater person. I don't think it fluctuates that quickly if they're starting construction this fall.
Oh, this fall. Okay,
Yeah.
All right.
So we've had two tenders that in the report, it shows 2 tenders that have been awarded. The Interceptor went to Bothar for 11.3 million and the Peterman went to Tricor for 10.7. And
Should point out like those 2 awards, sorry.
yes,
I had any chance
you're
to
not
get
listed, yeah.
Yeah, the Interceptor sewer was 34% lower than our construction estimate. So that's a third lower. That's deflated, 34%, so $6 million lower. And the Peter Main contract was about 3% more.
Yep.
So not quite as dramatic, but still, most of these, construction costs are coming in, other than what we expected, so it's good.
You see construction deflation?
No, it was
Oh.
lower than the intended inflation rate. Well, we'll get into that again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, when it comes to some of these budget stuff, they're using the projected inflation rates years in a row, even though they have no relevance. I'm not saying that's happening here. I'm just
It's a
saying,
decrease in construction inflation. Okay, fair enough, sorry.
yes, I've heard these.
Say the bids are very competitive though, like it's not,
Yes.
it's not like all the bids are super low, it's, the
Mhm.
bids are coming in around our cost.
Yep.
And then there are, the main bids are looking over, so, yeah, it is reflective of the cost.
Yeah, and we did actually just award another one at our just recent SPC that we had, and that was for the force main, and again, that one was slightly under our pre-tender estimate. So that leaves us with one more to go, which will be awarded at our next SPC. We've also begun information and engagement sessions. We held one with the Manitoba Métis Federation to talk about the heritage resources at the location.
Which location?
We have some burial mounds along the feeder main alignment, so we've had to change our alignments a little bit. In terms of key risks, I've mentioned the delivery timeline, so we've had some slight delays. We also have some land agreements that are still outstanding. We have some construction easements in place for work that we've started, and we're still working to finalize our lift station easement though, or our lift station land purchase. I also mentioned the higher than anticipated groundwater. So that's caused us to push our timeframe out. And subsequent to this reporting period, I mentioned we've got those 3 awards. We've also received our historic resource branch clearance, so we can begin our construction along the alignment. And like I said, we'll be awarding the 4th and final contract early October. So that is really exciting. And like I said, the construction started, so we're moving forward on this one. Any questions?
Yes, you're trying.
Sure, well, since it was mentioned, just curious, what was the projected rate of inflation in the pre-tender estimates?
I don't have that number on hand. I know our city standard is 3% in our basis of estimates that we use.
And so I just heard it was 3% under that, therefore it was 0 rate of inflation?
Sorry?
I thought I heard 3% or
The
a third, I'm
other
not
one
sure.
was 3% under, the other one was 34%.
34% under a pre-tender estimate, of which the pre-tender estimate projected inflation rate was 3%, and it was 34% under that. That could be some form of construction deflation. So if can be perceived as that, depending on how you interpret these numbers, but it sounds like it might be. So that's fascinating.
Thank you. Councilor.
Question?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, okay, so just to, just starting out this one,
Oh, you frozen.
I'm just gonna turn off your video and hopefully it'll come to the bandwidth.
estimate is a class 3 estimate? I thought it was a class 4. Can you clarify that?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, I just butted up. 1 sec.
You have a little break there in the video and your signal there.
Can you still hear me at all?
Yes, we can.
So $60 million, what, was this a class 3 or class 4 estimate when we took this money?
Sorry, I apologize. I missed the number. Which $1 million?
The 60 million.
Oh, the 60 million? So that was a class 3 estimate. However, we did specify because we didn't know when the construction would begin. there was no inflation or escalation included. So it was costed as though the project happened in 2020. Once we accounted for construction beginning in 2024 and added the inflation, it gave us the 73.7 as our class 3.
Not to sound naive, so you're telling me you gave us a class 3, but it's no longer, it wasn't really that class 3, it was another class 3 because it was later on.
Well,
when we approved the project, it was at class 3, but now you're saying that class 3 estimate is actually not accurate because we had a delay?
No, the project was costed and we never knew at the time when the project would happen. So it's hard, so we specifically excluded escalation because the project may have not occurred till 2028. So this way it gets rid of the time factor, and the report was very specifically did mention that it was excluding the inflation and that it was accounting for, construction in 2020.
So a class 3 estimate in this case, well, I don't think it's a class 3 estimate, bottom line. If you're saying there's big factor here is the fact that we're not sure when it's going to start, it wasn't really a class 3. But you want to discount a huge risk, which was escalation. So okay, we'll leave it at that. That's what I'm reading. But so we're at class 3 at $72.7 million. I mean, 70,207,000, whatever, about 20%. We're about a 20% hit there of our estimate. That added 12.7, or is that accurate?
It did add 12.7. There were, and I don't have the details in front of me, there were a couple other additional scope that was added. There was some additional hydraulic modeling that we incorporated. I know we reported it on a previous committee.
Oh, sure, but I just care about the number. Personally, I just, whatever you scoped in or decided to delay for later, I know when I'm budgeting, when we're doing our budgeting, when we did class 3, we're going, okay, class 3 means plus or minus, well, 30, 20, whatever, 30, 30, whatever, don't care. So if you added scope change after that, that's fine, but that should have been rolled into class 3, or it doesn't really matter, just the numbers. So the numbers, if from 60 million to you take the 12.7, it's about 20% from our original class 3, which is not really a class 3 because you said we already told you that cost delays may happen. Is that correct? But the numbers are $72.7 million. We're about 20% off our original 60. That's the number. It's math.
Correct. What was the time frame from the class 3 to when we actually started? Sorry? The time frame from when we got the class 3 estimate,
right,
to when we actually got the funding and gave the project a green light.
2020 till I think it was 2023. We had acknowledged when the 60 million budget was put forward that it didn't include any inflation. So that was always something we knew would be an addition. It just wasn't known in 2020 when the preliminary study was done, when the project would proceed.
Right. But I recall getting the provincial government. Oh yeah, okay, so was that 2022? When was the election for those guys?
I feel like it was
Last year, 2023.
2023, that's when they announced the 40 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was a delay. Basically, it was class 3 if we were to start it when there was a class 3.
Correct.
So I know there's a couple of projects I know in the works that are going for a class 3, but we don't know when to get the money for them. So it'll state.
And you don't know when it's gonna happen. It could have happened in 2028. So it's hard to scope into a base number when you're not in charge of planning.
Okay. Money. Okay.
Right. Okay, so that's fine. My point I'm getting at is that we shouldn't commit money until we know all the cost. Because then we're caught. We have to keep increasing our share, which sounds like we're going to be past the class 3 estimate with the risks that are involved. The land, do we have any, I don't want to get into land costs and stuff like that, but it seems to me that this class 3 estimate, even with the changes, we'll wait and see, I guess. But my concern is that we're going to be significantly higher than $40 million by the time this is done, our portion,
40
which
million.
is
Or
correct. Well, I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. You can tell us later.
Just 3 of the 4 contracts have been awarded and we're trending low. Hopefully the 4th one could be good, but thank you.
Land is cheap. People love that. My second question is, I read in the, and maybe you can send to me later, there was a very high ROI on this one that I was quite shocked to read in the paper. It's some very large number of property taxes that we're gonna, once this is built out, and can you send me more information on that?
That would need to come from the city economists. And we had that report that was done, that very detailed report. There was a very detailed report, John, that was done.
Okay, so I'll talk to I can't recall the report, but I'll follow up and we can revisit this at council meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, let's follow up with that report, and if you still have questions after that, perhaps at the next meeting, we can move to have the city economist come and brief us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay.
just clarifications on that. At one point in that exchange, twice it was mentioned in the last 5-6 minutes regarding the 2020 disregarding of inflation. What's the 2020 disregards inflation? Or what does that mean?
That meant when the preliminary was designed, our preliminary design was completed, they costed out the project. And they costed it in assuming that it was built start to finish in 2020, right? Because we didn't know when the project would move forward. So it didn't account for any escalation or any changes in market conditions.
Wasn't in the budget per se. For example, now, like we recently had a report done on taking Henderson Highway north of Gilmore Avenue to add a center boulevard to redo the bridge structure at Buns Creek. But we always knew we're looking at 2028. So they factored in and the estimate cost for that project to $28. They added adjustments. In this case, we didn't know when other partners were gonna come online. We needed other levels of other partners to come online. We didn't know when that was gonna happen. So when we advertised, when the department put forward the numbers, they were based on 2020 numbers. We didn't factor in we're starting in this year adjustment.
So we had a projected inflation rate of which they were below.
So the project consists of a number of different aspects, right? Part of which are these tenders. And 3 of the tenders, 1 came in quite a bit lower, 2 came in very close.
Through the 2020.
2024.
2024.
To our current, yes, yeah, our current pre-tender estimate.
Okay, to the current pre-tender estimate. And what was our inflation projection from 2020 to 2024?
We would have used the standard 3% for the city.
3% per year?
Per year.
So over 4 years, what was that inflation? Right, it would be sort of compounded. So do we have an actually answer for what was the projected inflation difference from on this project?
Probably work out backwards if you really needed it, but yeah.
Sure, I'm gonna say 12%.
Wow.
No, 11.
Okay.
Well, it's 3%, excuse me, 3% per year, 12? No, that's gotta be 14%. Something like that, so 14%.
If you want to send an email offline to get that
projected
back answer, again, just sort of more of a status report as opposed to drilling into that. If you want to follow up.
Well, I'm not drilling, I'm just trying to understand what I was told. The question and answer already happened, I'm just trying to make point that Councilor Olico made some good points.
We did March of this past March 2024 council, we did have a report explaining the additional this correction to the budget that we needed to do. That reflecting in was going to be done in this year.
Sure.
So that's where we added the 12.7 million got added this past March.
So it was 12.7 added to 60?
Correct.
So it was 76 million.
Yes.
Is
72.
72 million. That's only 12%, that's only 3%. You gotta add an extra percentage there. I mean, it's compounded over time. I mean, we do have that dilemma of communication on inflation rates here. That's just one of them, including using projections rather than actuals as we go along the years in terms of how we're explaining what the inflation rate is. here we've got another one. So, okay, let's say 72, 73. Oh, it's not even more than 72. That's just 3% per year, every year, like without compounding it. Anyway, so 72 million was the projected estimate.
It's not that many years, the compounding isn't gonna be that substantial.
Well, it's gonna be a little bit because it's percentage, not just on that, but on 60 million anyway. So 72 million was the projected estimate.
Probably a better number, you probably had more intel than when you had the 60 million number earlier this year than.
Yes, exactly, we would.
It was more refined than just having inflation.
But we know that it was below the intended inflation rate. It was one of them.
There you go.
So since we know that, therefore we have the figures. So I'm asking for those figures on which we
Other-
can say
other details.
it would below. Well, that's not my details. We were just told they were 3% below, 34% below, something like that. You can only make that statement based on figures. So I'm just asking what those.
So you're looking for the tender numbers, because we can provide that.
Well, yes, yeah, the tender numbers.
Yeah, they're all public.
Yeah, they
Yeah, I mean, you can tell me those percentages. That's okay.
for the Interceptor sewer, our estimate was $17.4 million for that contract. And the successful bid was 11.5.
11?
Yeah, 7.5. So that's 5.9, essentially $6 million lower. for the
Yeah.
estimate. That's 34%. That's great
Sure.
savings there. And then the feeder main contract was certainly not as dramatic. The estimate was $11 million. Bid was 10.7, so we saved 300%.
Yeah,
3%.
Force main.
300,000?
Yeah,
300,000.
Force main was 21.7, and I believe the pre-tender was 21.9. It was about 200,000.
So the pre-tender was 21.9
Yes.
and it went up to 21, it was at 21.7, so a savings of 200K.
Yeah.
The other one was 300K. And the other one was, wow, that
The
was
other one.
5.5.
They bid quite aggressively, yes. Sometimes it has to do with the amount of work that a company is looking for.
Each one of these awards has their own report that goes to SBC Water Waste, so they are public, the other bids and the estimated amount. It's in those documents.
So far we're at 22, 33, 40, we're at 50 million, so there's an extra 22 million.
Counselor, maybe we can take this offline here. I don't know if this needs to be part of the public discussion here today. I've got a budget working group meeting that starts right away here.
All right, well, that's your call. I just wanted to get clarification on this. Why talk about it if we're not gonna talk about it? I heard what they said. I don't know what it means. I'm finding out at this very moment as I'm asking these questions. I'm doing an addition to get us to 72 million. If we don't have time to do that, so be it. Mind you, that's why I came to the meeting today, but I don't know what else to say. We didn't have to talk about these things. And Councilor Oracle made some good point. I mean, it was excellent questioning and answering. Leads me to understand where, like, I didn't, as an example, Councilor.
And there's still certainly an opportunity to put your question in writing and we'll certainly send it to the whole committee and we can certainly get that answered. Okay, somebody want to move this report?
Okay, can at least somebody tell me
Sure.
what, therefore, you're giving me these separate contracts. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So of the 72 million, because I was gonna add to 72. The 72 was the projected cost with inflation from 2020 to 2024. What did it come to?
What is our final number?
Yes,
We still have one more tender to award. We're not sure yet.
we're missing one tender.
We're missing one
I
tender.
see.
Correct, yes.
So we don't know where we're at. Okay, so be it. So we're not complete, we haven't completed our report on this. Okay, but we'll be back next month.
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready to, want to move this one then, Councilor Sharp?
So
Okay, all's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
interesting.
Report number 4, SCADA. SCADA.
Yes.
Potato, potato.
Long issue. So we will summarize the update. This is this is a very large project. It's a relatively slow moving project in terms of schedule. We do this infrequent reporting on it because of the delay, the timelines involved in supply of some of this equipment.
so this is a quick report here. We have an amended capital budget of 19.1 million. In this reporting period, we spent 2.3 million for a total of 8.3, or 44% of the amended budget, 68% of the adopted budget. So the project's continuing. We've been using the CA services of Dillon. We've been implementing the SCADA system rehabilitation with our contractor Manco. They did commission the upgrades at the Shoal Lake Aqueduct Intake Facility in 2023, and they're continuing to develop functional requirements for McPhillips. We're also developing an additional tender for upgrades at the McLean Valve House, and we hope to award that later this year. Our schedule has been delayed a little bit, and that's due to other time-sensitive work that has been departmental priorities where Manco is our contractor. So we had to prioritize our contractors' work to do the work that was required in low flow, in the winter months to do that first, and this one.
That change, does that impact the cost?
It's not impacting the cost yet that I'm aware of. I'm just taking a quick scan here. Sorry, schedule. What it could impact is the cost for the consultant because they've been on board longer, but we're still evaluating. And one of the trade-offs has been, since we're commissioning things at a slower pace, when we take stuff offline, that's now becoming our spare parts for the other equipment. So we're helping to reduce some of our problems with sourcing replacement parts for yet to be replaced equipment. Let's see. So we are, and like I said, we are monitoring the consultant assignment costs for this as we move forward. And subsequent to this, this report, we have had an over expenditure for 432,000 approved for some work at our Taché Booster Pumping Station and Shoal Lake Aqueduct Intake Facility, and to reestablish our project contingency. So due to this ongoing nature of the program and the slow pace of the program that Tim was mentioning, we are reporting that, or recommending that we come back in 1 year's time.
Okay, so we should 1 year update on this one again. It's a long time, upgrading of those monitoring systems that are SCADA.
Okay, I'll move them.
Okay, thank you. All's in favor? Opposed, carried. Number 5, Newpit Power Supply and Headworks.
And I'll turn it over to
Okay, so this is our first of the big 3 projects at the north end, continuing to progress. In terms of financials in this quarter, or from the period ending May 31st, 2024, we've spent 39 million for a total of 287 million of the amended budget of 518. This includes the additional 44.5 million approved by council in February for Northwest Center. In this quarter, we had $6.3 million over expenditure approved at SPC for design code changes and additional costs associated with differing ground conditions. And to date, we've approved 77 milestones. So it's really exciting to see this project progress. In terms of schedule, we have come to an agreement with the contractor on the impacts of the Northwest failure and materially different ground conditions. So this has revised our substantial completion date from March 31st, 2026 to June 30th, 2025. So there's a number of projects that fall within the overall headworks upgrades that we report on. Power supply upgrades. This was the first one to be completed, and that one is now off warranty. So that's great. The major one, of course, is the design build for headworks. The 60% design drawings have been completed, and we continue to progress the 90% and issued for construction drawings. If you've driven by the area, you would have seen, it's just more and more coming up out of the ground. We continue to work with our insurer and the contractor to maximize the coverage for the Northwest interceptor failure. And in terms of the contaminated soils that we've reported on a number of times, today that relief event, we had another approval at SPC for that. So for relief events in total, we've spent $13.2 million. So that's the contaminated soil, the different ground conditions, and the design code changes. We still have 2 relief events that are under discussion. So one ongoing one is the contaminated soils. So we do anticipate until we've completed excavation that can be an issue for us. And we have one new one that Red River Solutions has submitted a legacy COVID claim. So to help account for costs for materials, labor, equipment, subcontractor costs that have resulted from COVID. They've submitted a claim or a relief event, and that is currently being reviewed by the city. So I have, we'll be able to report on that more as we go forward. And, you know, a number of the other projects are moving forward, but the other one I wanted to mention is that the city auditor has engaged KPMG to support them in an audit of the North End project. So this applies to all 3 of the major projects in North End. And that really started taking off over the last month and a half or so and is currently underway.
And what's the duration of that audit?
I believe they'll be getting like by the end of the year for the audit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, end of the year, I think they'll
It's
report back.
calendar year, yeah, that's the,
Okay.
that was the anticipated target.
Yeah.
We should speak for that.
Mhm. Yes, that's the latest we've heard. In terms of key risks, I'm kind of speaking to a number of them. We have been able to close out another one of the risks where we were able to confirm that water we had seen by the UV excavation was groundwater and not contaminated. So that's really good for us. We do have a few over expenditures pending. One is for the revised price of the motor control centers. These have gone up quite a bit since the contractor initially put their book together for us. And in order to coordinate some projects at the North End, the city is looking to increase water main size, so that will result in another over expenditure. And I think that's about it for now. Any questions on Headworks?
No. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the update there.
I'll make a motion to receive this.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Madam Acting Deputy Mayor,
Yes.
we've got a budget working group meeting that's scheduled to start at 1 o'clock. Would you be okay if CFO and I were to depart? I know the financial status and forecast report is coming up, and I know John's quite capable of handling that. Would you be okay if we were to
Sure.
leave at this point?
Sure.
You got John, so you still have quorum. Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
I was gonna stay, you're gonna stay, Councilor Roloff, where did he go? He's here?
Yeah, the link's not, the link's, but I can still hear everybody, so.
Oh, yeah, okay, let's keep moving then.
What is the relevance of mentioning council?
Oh, just, yeah.
No, John, finance, John.
Oh, finance,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Hands with the Oracle. Oh, yeah.
Looks like Tuesday. My APC tomorrow, Tuesday.
Okay. All right, okay, so let's move on to the next one then. The biosolids facility project.
Yes, so, yeah, our project 2 here for the North End upgrade, Cynthia, but overview 2. Just want to highlight, obviously, very excited about the subsequent events section of this report where we're off the runway now, off and flying with the selection of our proponent. So this is very exciting, getting started on this first stage of the design. So we're all very excited about that, certainly the staff side. So.
Great. So yeah, it's very exciting for us. And in this reporting period, we spend 1.5 million for a total of $6.4 million. our ISIP contribution agreement was executed, so that's always good to get those
Took a
things
while.
done.
Okay.
It is based on the original estimate of 552,000. And it includes 200,000 from the feds and 100.
Millions.
Thank you. Yes, yes, I am
Give me a heart
just,
attack here.
yeah, my bad. I'm getting all my units wrong.
Yeah.
And 167 million from the province.
Okay, but we're still short.
Yes.
What amount are we short here?
That is, so, well, the initial intent of ISIP was like pretty much a third of eligible costs, and right now the city is funding 64% of the biosolids project.
64%.
Yeah.
So that comes to 64% of the 1.035 billion.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't have that number, but I can get you the total number.
I forget, it's in the paper, I think 100.
Yeah,
times.
it's
That's-
2,367 out of a million, yeah. It's about 666, about.
596, of the. Right. There's a table.
490
Yeah.
plus 100, 106.
Yeah, so there's a table
Yeah.
on page 7, the funding forecast table.
Yeah.
And if you're just thinking, well,
Right.
what's the city's issues, well, committed millions, it's the 490. And external debt, and then 106 million retained earnings, that's, and any other concerning for our DPR reserve would be our, if you total those up, that's, six, yeah.
It's how much?
It's about 670 million.
Yeah.
say.
670 million. And that relates to then your statement in the risks that, when you say the 24 to 27 rates, the water rates
Yes,
assume additional funding,
we assume additional funding, and we had,
like the 600 million is what we're working into that. Is that what you're saying?
no, it's just, the most recently approved water rates, are based on additional funding from one or more levels of government,
Right,
in the rates.
right.
This budget doesn't show it, this budget doesn't assume, this budget shows, external debt and the city coming up with it. But the rates, because the cash flow on this project isn't immediate, it's kind of picks up in the next couple of years. The thought was the rate report, as we approved it last January, is optimistic in assuming additional funding. That hasn't shown up this year. So, yeah, we are coming forward with, our intent is to come forward with an adjustment to the rate report to reflect the reality of our current funding.
So will that then adjusted rate report just incorporate the whole 600 million?
Yes,
And when are you expecting that?
end of the calendar year. This year,
So that'll be a big drama.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So in terms of schedule, we are targeting completion by the end of 2030. We've just brought our preferred partner on board, so we'll be working on fleshing out a more detailed schedule as we move forward.
So who is the preferred partner?
Red River Biosolids Partners.
So that is a conglomeration of a bunch of organizations, I would assume.
It is, yeah. We have Oscar Benda, we have ACON, MWH.
So do they form these conglomerations just specifically for
They
something
do,
like
they
this?
do,
And
yes.
come
For
up
these
with it?
really big mega projects, they come together to,
Make a bid.
Yeah.
Okay.
um,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
so-
here we go, sorry. I
Yep.
see it up there, the listing, okay.
And so in this quarter, like I said, we went through the entire procurement process. And we have continued to progress the early works packages, working on railway crossings, land drainage works, some water main extensions, any of the things that we can do early on to make the rest of the project go smoother. And I already mentioned the audit report, and we have no new risks to report on this project. And subsequent, Tim already spoke to that we have engaged our preferred proponent.
So, I recall Councillor Mays was requested a report that would state what we would be paying if we had to carry it all on our own, that we didn't pick up the difference.
For CSOs.
Oh, for
That
CSOs.
was, you're talking about like a
Okay.
year and a bit ago.
Okay,
It was-
not this either. I thought he requested one for this. Oh, really?
That was, so in our rate report from last January,
Yeah,
included a section on what would the rates look like
Right.
if we were 100% on our own for
Right,
our
okay,
our current
okay.
schedule. So it's an extra, that, and that was, not include, like, that was there for, that part was there for information.
right.
CSO solo
Right.
options not.
Got it. Okay. Because I thought it was, and you're just trying to remember all this. So you're saying it will be in January's finance meeting, or where would I find that?
Sorry,
The-
our rates would
The
be,
estimated rate increase,
would be in SPC Water and Waste and City Council, January City Council.
January, okay. Okay, all right. I don't have any questions on this. Does anyone have any more questions on this? No? A motion, please?
I move to pass the information.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, aren't we done this one yet? My goodness.
This one's, South End. It's South End, project update on the city.
Great, so we continue to meet our license limits at the south end, and we are starting to see some biological phosphorus removal. And we're able to decrease our ferrets, so that's always the really good news I like to start with for the south end. All right, so we do continue to progress to the finish line on the south end. Let me see, we spent 6.2 million for a total of 345 million. For this project, we've closed another 6 appeals during this reporting period. This leaves 17 outstanding and no new appeals were received. In this reporting period, the CFO also approved an over expenditure of 185,000 on our external legal contract. And there is also one over expenditure approved subsequent to this report for the rate. Sorry. I will have to get that value. In terms of schedule, we are behind schedule. We continue to work with the contractor to reach substantial completion at the end of this year. We had previously spoken about some delamination that we had found in the fermenters and odor control tanks, and that has now been fixed. So that's great. We continue to address deficiencies and work towards area handovers as we move. As of this reporting period, 5 areas remain outstanding, and prior to this, we had 5, and we're now at 4. We have the high rate clarifier, UV, fermenters, and odor control. We continue to work with the mechanical and electrical automation, and we have identified one new deficiency this period. The waste, so we have this equipment that thickens the waste, basically. And what we discovered was that they were undersized. So we have a workaround right now that we've been able to, not commission, but we've been able to find a workaround which we've instituted while we order the larger drum thickeners. So we've got one has already come and we're still waiting for the others. And this allows us to continue to keep our the plant functioning, keep the upgrade going. And then once we get both of the new properly sized thickeners, we will swap them over. And we do continue to work with our vendor for our high rate clarifier. We did notice some performance issues. It is meeting our license requirements, but it's not as optimized as we thought it would be. So we're working with the vendor to get it up to spec. In terms of new risks, I'd mentioned the thickeners, and we do have some ongoing legal disputes going for the first contract of this project, and we're working on a resolution of that. Subsequent to this reporting period, I'm happy to report that we have closed another 4 appeals. So we've consolidated 10 that were all linked to liquidated damages into one. So we're left with 4 appeals on this project, which is a huge win for us. We've also completed demo testing for the UV system and commissioned our thickener bypass, and we've started commissioning for the fermenters and odor control areas. So we are moving forward.
So is that undersized too, or is that the same thing?
For the thickener bypass,
The RDTs are found to be undersigned.
yeah, those are the pieces of equipment that thicken the waste, so those were undersized. We've received one and we would swap them over one at a time anyway, so we can start swapping one over while we wait for the other one to come.
So why would they be undersized? Like,
It was a design error, so we're working with a consultant on that.
so it was a design error in that they were just not made large enough?
They were, so we had intended, like, what we like to have is a duty and a standby, so that one is good enough to handle all the flow. And then the second, you can take one out, do any maintenance. And what was provided was enough size to accommodate the flow, but we don't have anything we can take offline.
What is the cost of that error?
I will get back to you. Sorry,
So
they
it's-
were a supplier error.
So
For a supplier?
The supplier sent the wrong equipment.
Oh, you said it was a design.
I did, you're right,
Okay, so
yeah,
it's
that's a correction, that was
supplier.
a mistake.
That is a question in this case. I'm not sure how this terminology applies to the magnitudes involved. It's a supply error, therefore it's got sent back and something else gets sent in its place.
We didn't send it back because
You have redundancy is what I'm
yes,
thinking.
yeah, so we're using it right now, we created a bypass, so we made it work right now, but we're not satisfied, like, it's not good enough, so we told them they have to send the proper size.
Okay, so they have to send but we're going to include an inadequate redundancy or a redundancy
will,
that.
yes.
itself will be- So that's a change in design?
No,
Have redundant-
no, that was our design, that was what was specified, and
To have two?
to have two, yes, because we'd like to have one in service and be able to take one out.
So it wasn't a mistake then?
It was the supplier sent the wrong,
Size.
yes,
But
it wasn't a design error, it was a supplier, so
But
that
but
was
it was
mine.
intended.
No.
There was, there's an enormous amount of information exchange between
Yeah.
how we specify the equipment. And somewhere along that issue, obviously, the supplier of the piece of equipment, this tool, is actually a little bit smaller than we were asking. So it shows up there, we can still use it, we can still treat the waste, it can still operate, but our intent was to have something bigger in the first place, that had more this redundancy and capacity. So we can work with this that we have now, but we want the ones that really we should have in the first place. So we're getting those and we're gonna keep the one that was sent there to help us in the future if we needed it for backup or.
In case, so we don't, so it's an extra cost?
The supplier is supplying the correct, so the supplier, we paid for something of a certain size, the supplier sent the wrong ones, and they will be sending the correct size to us.
Right, and so this other one, which is going to be a smaller redundant than we would have preferred. It's therefore part of the plan, because you said we wanted a redundant.
We won't be using it long term, so right now, we wanted to keep the project going, right, because these aren't off the shelf items, so we can't just get it right away. So we installed the ones that are smaller than we want. We can use them for now, and then as the proper sized ones come in, we will swap them out.
Okay, is that an extra cost?
That's still under, so the supplier will send us the correct one, but we may need to work with insurance.
Yeah.
In terms of, because instead of installing it once, you're now installing it twice, so
Right.
that still needs to be figured out how that gets covered.
Okay, all right. Any other questions on this? Report, could I have a motion, please? We'll move along here. Motion to receive this information.
Posing or is he? I think he's-
Probably frozen. Maybe you can do that kind of dryer.
Let's have his information.
All right, all in favor?
There he is.
Carried. Okay. So, next one is water main renewals.
Water meters.
Main, meter, liters, millions.
Milliliters, this is our advanced metering systems project, the replacement replacement of the physical meters, but also
Right.
the
Digital.
installation and implementation of our remote reading system. Ms. Lucy Squarick is our manager of finance. She's here on Zoom to help with any questions financially. Just at a high level, I mean, it's a very short report, obviously, because we're in the very beginning stages of this project. It's a very exciting project for us. The percent of schedule complete, you can see is, single digits, 2%. We haven't spent any of the budget in this reporting period. Couple things we should flag. I mean, obviously, the project budget got approved in the annual capital budget last year in March, but got passed. It's a $135 million project we're looking at over the course of the next 6 years. We have internally, we've hired some internal staff for this project manager to lead this. So that's started. The consultant RFP to the delivery, equipment selection and delivery, that's been issued and will be awarded in January when we get into 2025. The other thing I would flag, we're on track schedule wise. We have questions about this. So technically, we're still looking at the end of 2026 to start installing actual meters in maybe a proof of concept area. And it would be into 2027 when we start citywide installation of this equipment, and with the expected completion date of 2030. So this is a long-term program. This first report is very short, yes. But like I said, very exciting, very big program. It's going to make a huge difference to customer service and our ability to get ahead of plumbing leaks and so very excited about this. That's the high level of pass.
So just explain to me here, the 2024 capital budget was approved based on cash flow distribution and not contract award encumbrances. What does that mean?
So there's a bit of so when you see our capital budget sheets, there's the forecast. We try to forecast cash. Normally, we try to forecast cash flow and say, well, we don't not buying all these meters in 2025. Start buying them future years, and unfortunately, sometimes the contracts there was a bit of a discrepancy there in how our capital budget sheet was displayed in the budget. So it shows the approval on cash flow versus approving it. The other way you can approve these projects is the budget year to give you authority to do long-term contracts, that sort of thing. But then that budget year cash flow has to represent our overall cash flow, or the actual finances. So that's a long way. It was a bit of the way this was approved is we have to wait to access funds. But is that Lucy, is there a simpler way to explain that?
There is. Well, probably not, Tim. I think that's probably a similar explanation. What we do know for sure is that there's a class 3 estimate of $135 million that has been confirmed. The capital detail sheet that went forward, as Tim had just said, regretfully was based on cash flow and not on the actual total capital budget itself. So when you think about it, our major capital projects, we approve a capital budget, and then we also approve how we're going to arrive at funding that capital budget, retained earnings, debt, government funding, et cetera, et cetera. So in this case, the full 135 million will be funded by a water meter renewal reserve that council actually has approved back in 2020. We are contributing funds to that reserve as we speak, year by year, as part of our daily basic charge rate. So all of that is in place. So we are confident and can confidently say that this 135 million will be fully funded by the reserve. The cash flows themselves, the spending for this project will be done year by year as there is money available within the reserve. So we'll never have to, well, never say never, but we won't be addressing any kind of debt or any other kind of funding at this point in time for this project. So as Tim had said, the capital budget itself was approved based on cash flow, but we will be managing that capital budget so that we can ensure our scheduling and our contracting awards will be within the budget as per the water meter renewal reserve balances.
Okay, so actually, I think I get that. So when you say award of the consultant RFP will be delayed when funding becomes available, why is it contingent on council approval if we've already approved it?
The amount for the consultant assignment, we have to have it, if we're encumbering or committing the funds, we have to wait until we have enough actually in the active budget. So that will be the 2025 budget house. So we'd have to wait for that, right? You see,
Yes, so may I answer that, Councillor? We do have the funding. The money is in the reserve. It's the capital budget itself that we need to get, authority for. Right now, we have approved capital budget for only $2 million. We anticipate that the consultant assignment will be more than that. And so we will be requesting to increase our capital budget approval so that we can actually complete the rest of this project. The funding is in place, especially for the consultant assignment already.
like these are administrative process concerns. They're not project delivery because we do have a funding plan. Like so the reserve already has tens of millions of dollars in it. The project is in good standing. It's just that administratively, because of our processes, we have to kind of identify, we have to do some administrative work.
Got it. Okay, I got that. Okay, anyone have any other questions? Oh, yeah, and we're expecting the opt-out report.
Yes. Yeah, the February or January, it's this winter. We did present a report on opt-out option, what it could look like. We were asked to come back with more detail as we got closer to the project. That is due this winter. I don't want to say February, on just, what other jurisdictions are doing and
Got it.
yeah, some specific costs and that sort of thing will be hard to nail down until we have a better idea of participation rates.
And do other cities do allow an opt-out?
Most don't.
Yeah.
But there are some examples.
Right, okay. Okay. All right, so if there's no more questions, could I have a motion, please, to move forward on report number 8's recommendations? And I'll jump. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, report number 9.
This is Perry Road and the Rutland Trunk Sewer.
So this is our first report for the construction of the Rutland Trunk Sewer, which is in the Ferry Road Combined Sewer District. This is a 2-kilometer long line drainage sewer that's 2,400 millimeters in diameter, so really big sewer. And it runs from St. Matthews south to the Assiniboine River. So this project forms part of our CSO program, and it's financed through the Environmental Project Reserve. And it's the first time that we've reported on not just a project within the CSO program, but a project within a larger program. And we're doing that since it's meeting the major capital project threshold. So at this point in the project, we're in the pre-construction phase. We've done the preliminary and detailed design along with the geotechnical work. And that was all completed under the consultant assignment for the Ferry Road Riverbend Combined Sewer Relief. The estimated construction cost for this project, which includes contingency and land acquisition, is $55.1 million. And it's a long, big tunnel, or long, big sewer. And we expect to have it awarded hopefully by the end of the year and construction complete in 2026. So to date, like I said, we've got the design complete and we've pre-qualified some micro tunneling contractors. So what we do is we ask them to submit a request for qualifications so that we can make sure that they're qualified before we get a bid from them. That closed July 10th, and we were able to pre-qualify 7 companies. So, which is good, yeah. So that gives us a good opportunity to have a competitive bid, right? We've begun some stakeholder meetings and are working through land agreement requirements for the land drainage sewer, specifically easements through 2 schools. And that would be St. James Collegiate and George Walters Middle School. And we've also begun our heritage impact study. So the biggest risk to the project right now relates to the easements. We need to get those finalized so that we can begin construction. We've been working with the real estate division and land development branch, and they have been negotiating with the school division. And once school September startup stuff is over, we expect that the communications and negotiations will continue in October.
So then I'm going to reflect back on John's pipe. I'm not sure if it was the same one, but this is underground tunneling.
It is, yes.
And then often there's very large openings in roads to.
Correct, yeah. So you have access like you'll have shafts to access and take out the equipment.
Right.
And then other than that, a lot of it is unseen.
Right. Big project.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay, so that's exciting. Does anyone have any comments or questions, committee members? No? Okay.
It's a quick question. What's because I think it's a good product, but just for the public record, what's the value of this project to the public?
What it's going to do is separate the combined sewer district, so it's going to result in less combined sewer overflows. So it's environmental benefit, yeah.
Is there flooding in that neighborhood though at all or no?
Would it also, it should also help with the basement flooding side of things as well. That's part of the project as well.
So this is great. This is now when you're saying, what did you say? You said this is this is the first report for this one.
For this project, yeah. And it's the first one we've done for the CSO project as well. Program. Sorry.
The first one?
For the CSO program, yeah. This is the first time we've had a contract that's been sufficient to reach the major capital project threshold.
Right, but we're doing CSOs, like I guess we're not changing them in all these new areas, we're just building it in.
In new areas, we build separate sewers. So we have a wastewater and a land drainage. And here we're taking the combined sewer and now we're gonna build a land drainage. So we're not going to be treating part of that wet weather flow. We're not going to be overflowing less, and it's going to put less pressure on the sewer. So you're going to wind up with less probability of basement flooding.
But also, I think just to clarify, it's like this is the first CSO project that has made the threshold to be reported at SPC Finance.
Oh,
Sorry. The other ones doing CSO programs.
Sure, that's what I thought.
They just had, like, this is a big.
Okay, all right. I was on water and waste for a few years. I actually liked it, but I don't follow it like a hawk like I do when I'm on the committee. Okay, so that's exciting. Well, I guess. Oh my goodness, it adds up. Okay, all right. Does anyone have any other questions? No? Okay, could I have a motion then to receive the report?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay.
Yeah, the next one is a report on the Fort Garry St. Patel sewer crossing. It's this was, well, speaking of, actually here's an example of a report that actually doesn't make the threshold to be at this SPC, but it's here because of a direct request at the last SPC about this. So the costs to date for this project, the engineering services, the emergency bypass, as we're talking about. We're kind of talking about two things here. We're talking about the emergency bypass that we have in place, but also the permanent repair of the permanent crossing that's kind of lumped into this. So the engineering services for the emergency bypass were $180,000. The construction and operation of the emergency bypass, so that's a contractor and suppliers, that's $2.7 million committed. And That's to operate that that was to build it, but also to operate it for the 2-year period. And then the design and contracted men for the permanent replacement, we reported that. The consultant's working on science, still, it's almost finished. That's $1.4 million. So that's the costs committed to date. Once we have that design done, we'll have an idea or a better estimate of the cost of the permanent replacement. Right now, our estimate would be about $20 million for that permanent replacement. And the province is giving us $10 million. That was a very rapid
Right.
inclusion in their spring funding. Maybe whatever they may be, they was so they got that to us. So that's basically the report. We do, just for timelines, might not be clear on that back table there. We're looking to award this get the design done in the next month or two, award the contracts for tender in January, for construction to start next spring and be finished by the end of the year. We're looking into 2025.
So you can do it through the spring and winter.
Yeah, we'll start, mobilization and start, it's most likely a trenchless installation, so it doesn't.
Trenchless, like just laying it on the root, on the bottom?
No trench, like
Underground.
Tunneling, trenchless technology, like.
Kind of like how we do for for Rutland, right? Where you have you'll have a shaft on either side of the
Right.
river.
And then a machine goes underneath?
Mm-hmm.
What did you call it? What's that, Councilor Lewis?
Tunneling.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the pipe too, the
Right.
type of machine it is, but that's
Right.
generally the impression. So, yeah, it's a very, well, it's an urgent project, obviously, don't have to explain that, but in terms of the type of projects we talk here, this is a very fast capital project. If, I know the original motion had asked us to come back and report quarterly. And almost if there was any appetite to just report directly to councilors, instead of having produce a report for each one of these 3 members, it would be, that would be considered, that'd be great, but we can, understanding that, yes, it's a smaller project, it's still tens of millions of dollars, it's a smaller project, but,
So it's a high profile project,
super high
right?
profile,
And
very
high
profile.
drama.
So that if there's an appetite for it, I can provide milestone updates directly to councilors.
Could you come back like in a year's time with a report in 1 year?
Is that? so-
We don't need quarterly because not much is happening, right? So, but it's just, it's a pretty high profile project and a lot of, I don't know, there's a lot of feedback on it. If we could maybe make that motion to have it come back annually, or like in a year,
Yeah, we can do that.
and then decide,
So just to confirm, you're canceling the quarterly updates and just making an annual update?
I would
In
say,
this case,
yeah,
all right.
because there's nothing happening till they
Sure,
get
I
going
understand. So not that they become annual, but the next one be in the year.
in a year, yeah.
Okay, so that motion is understood by the clerk. I'll move
Okay,
that.
then I had a question too.
The motion's on the floor. Where do you want to wait?
I just want to ask one more question. Okay, so I know you explained this to me, but I just wanted to get on the record. So you issued this $2.7 million contract sole source to company. Like, I get it, when it broke, you had to deal with it. But I just don't understand why you couldn't have then put out a procurement through a competitive tender process.
We just didn't have time, like the.
Yeah, but it's a 2-year contract.
No, the contract for the construction of the permanent, that's going to be tendered. Like, we are tendering that.
Yeah, the $20 million one,
Yes.
but the 2.7 million,
We issued that upon discovering the first pipe failure.
right, but they're operating it for 2 years. They're taking care of it. Is that correct, what I'm understanding?
The maintenance part will be a very small part of that. The initial, like the supply of the bypass pipes, the pumps, the installation, that whole thing that happened, we started in November, went through December, January, and then the part of that contract that is just keeping those pumps on and maintaining it, very small portion.
Sure, so I mean, I guess obviously you have authority to award it when something goes wrong, but I just haven't I've had a lot of comments back from industry. Why you picked one, why you didn't have, I get it, because it was a crisis. But how do you determine who to pick?
Well, we've got a lot of experience with this local contractor that's done almost all of our river crossings and our we do bypasses for river crossings when we're doing rehabilitation as a standard practice. And so they certainly have qualified and experience in that and are available, and that's probably the first kind of gate to look at through that. So that was the logic. Yes, it was. I mean, we do. The emergency nature of it really prevented us from doing it.
Yeah, no, and I get that. So when you come back with the next report, can you just, right now, we've got an estimated amount, we'd like to know what where we're at.
Yeah, the next report,
We'll have that.
and in fact, like, obviously, the next report, we can provide, where we're at, hopefully, we should be close to being finished. But, what I can do just informally is, when we get the thing awarded.
Yeah.
That'll be the cost. I can inform, the council of that, just because of the high profile
Sure.
nature of this. This would be awarded at, and once construction starts, that sort of thing, we can do that.
Okay,
When do you want the date?
when something more is happening, so give us the, like, we would like to know, like, when you've got your $20 million. When are you awarding that?
Well, we will be awarded in about 3.5 months.
In 3.5 months.
So we want next year to be early next year?
And then you'll work on it starting in the spring.
Right away, as soon as it's awarded, and then hope to have it complete by the end of 2025. I'm just getting my years right.
So this time next year would be fine, if that's okay. Because then you'll have awarded it, you'll be somewhat.
Well into construction.
Right, and if there's any drama, we'll hear about it and the cost. Okay, all right, okay, so. Do you wanna make that motion?
So, and that'll be, August, so it'll be one full year. Oh, so that
No,
makes-
this is September.
Yeah, so it's just canceling the quarterly updates.
Right.
Yeah, and then yes, exactly. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, that's it, water and waste. Thank you.
Thanks.
So financial status and forecast report. More drama.
It's down here. Ready whenever you are.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, so let me take the committee through the highlights of the financial status report for the period ending June 30th, 2024. The June report shows a forecasted operating deficit of $19.2 million in the tax-supported general revenue fund, or 1.4% over budget, and also a $400,000 surplus in transit, or 0.1% above budget. The general revenue fund deficit has improved by $20.1 million over the Q1 forecast. The reason's pretty much the same as we saw in Q1. So you've got a $12.9 million deficit in fire paramedic services, primarily due to their overtime and workers' compensation issues that we've discussed before. We have a $12.1 million deficit in public works, primarily due to snow and ice clearing costs, as well as spring cleaning costs. We're $3.8 million over in Winnipeg Police. The expenditure side of things are over by 14.9, but also it's offset by additional revenue of $11.2 million. And this forecast also recognized delays in implementing the proposed 911 fee, which saw a reduction in our revenue by $3.7 million. Some good news though is property planning and development. Deficits are never good news, but this is a $2.5 million deficit in property planning and development. And last quarter was at 7.5. So you see a big improvement on their forecast on their revenue. So all these shortfalls are offset by the elimination of the transfer of the FSR, which accounts for $15.4 million. There was deferral of debt costs, which we saw a $4.2 million gain, and higher interest earned on our short-term investments. We saw a $4.6 million gain there. So if you go to Schedule 2 in the report, it gives you a good breakdown of the deficit, and Schedule 3 also gives you a nice breakdown from last quarter deficit to this quarter deficit.
The financial stabilization reserve can be used to cover $16.3 million of the deficit, fully depleting this fund. The remaining $2.9 million of the deficit will be addressed with additional expenditure management initiatives. And just a cautionary note that we still have 6 months of the year left, and snow is sometimes known to happen in Q4. So with that unknown amount, and also we've got about $13.3 million of expenditure management to account for in the last 6 months. Thank you, Chair. That concludes my report.
Okay, well, I mean, a lot of us have discussed this and seen it. Are there any comments from any of the committee members?
Just a question. Comments are, it's terrible. Very concerned about our budget. But, you know, my specific point today, and I'll get into more of that later when I get delved down to it. The FSR, there's supposed to be a plan to replenish it.
Yes.
We seem to be going the other way. We have a plan how to take money out of it, but where's the plan to replenish it?
Yeah, so my understanding, Councillor, is part of the 2025 budget working group that they're looking at different alternatives there to start to replenish it.
Okay. Yeah, and then, well, hopefully, okay, that's the answer. Thank you very much. No, and that's it for now. I do have some other questions, but I have to do some research before I ask, just about some of the other liabilities that are out there. Heard some today about the biosolids, and I know that's probably paid through ratepayers and the ratepayer rates. That'll be part of the budget. Well, it's not really, but it is. So we have other costs that I think are coming down that I haven't heard about, but I'll go offline to make sure that we're not I'm not just running around in circles. And maybe I'm being a doomsayer for no reason, and I hope I am. But I don't see our budget going the right way at all. I see we're using debt more often to cover off corporate efficiencies that we're having a harder time closing, and then our continual problems with the fire, police, and snow. You know, and that's just discounting all the other capital debt that we have and infrastructure deficits we have, and even our operating deficits we're having. So I really wish the budget working group all the best, and we'll see how they do. And of course, I'll be there to help where I can. But you've answered my question. The FSR, even though I think it was supposed to be a year after we went through a level, right? It was supposed to be a year after we had to come back with a plan for the FSR, and we were way down that level years ago. So I'm not sure how legislatively we're just able to keep pushing it down the line. If you have an answer, that's great, but that may not be you.
And if I may, well, what can I say? I've been predicting this since I first got the city council a decade ago. This is not a surprise to me. It's unfortunate. It doesn't contradict what I've been projecting. So here we are. We have been told in the council chamber, it's all on record, you don't have to take my word for it. When it comes to explanations of this in the council chamber, we have heard that the reason for this is due to COVID, labor costs, and other factors. So, for the life of me, why would they say labor costs? You know it's not labor costs. I realize now that, and this is, you know, sort of on me. When we hear labor costs, that includes salaries, some salaries. So I'm going to get a confirmation of that in the council chamber one day during question period, and we'll go from there. I didn't see it that way. So we all deserve more clarity on that. But nonetheless, thank you for this report. And yeah, Councillor Orlikow kind of summed it up there.
Definitely some challenges that we faced.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, we'll march on.
This is not a surprise.
Any other comments?
We can project yet further still into the future, so.
I really like the schedules. I don't like what's in them, but I like the way they're presented.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so can we have a motion to receive this report?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Center Venture, thank you very much, Sean. Center Venture Development Corporation. All right, and I see we've got some presenters. So we should, I guess we didn't have them because earlier was it in delegation or what are we doing here? Is this a little different? Are we, is this?
No, the report wasn't available at the time of the original agenda publication, so we assumed it was gonna be an extension of time request to council, so we just bumped the back of the agenda. That's why they weren't hired. Got it. Right.
And that was Center Port, I think.
I said Center, did I say Center Port? Center Venture.
Yeah, this is Center Venture.
This is Center Venture.
Here.
Center.
Center Port and Center,
Center Part we punted to next,
yeah,
some other time.
that's good.
Long day. Okay, all right. Now, I think, does Brad sit down here or where does he sit?
Up to you guys.
Oh, okay, you can sit there. Just no, sit there. That's fine. Okay. All right.
So Luke's,
Hello, sir. How are you?
good, and yourself?
Good, good. That should be busy today.
Councilor Schreier and Orlico. Thank you for having us.
Okay.
It's my pleasure to be here today to present to you and to speak a little bit about our report to the standing committee on the activities of Center Venture during 2022 and 2023. Just by way of background, I'm here today in my capacity as chair of Center Venture. Typically, this report, I think, has been given by the CEO. We're currently in a process to hire a new CEO. And so responsibility for this report has fallen to me. I'm joined here today by one of our employees at Center Venture, Johanna Chabluk, and Loretta Martin, who's also with Center Venture and has taken on the primary leadership role of that organization as we look to hire a new CEO. Is unavailable this week, but should there be any questions that would benefit perhaps from the insight of somebody who is working day to day in Center Venture, I'm happy to take those questions back. And I know Johanna will as well, and we are happy to provide this committee with written responses that I hope you will find satisfactory. Just noting how long the meeting's gone on, I'll perhaps abridge some of my introductory remarks and be available for any questions. Just by way of background, and maybe sort of helpful to just remind everybody that Center Venture exists to assist and provide a leadership role in development of properties in the downtown area. It does so by utilizing a toolkit of tools, and those include various financial instruments, including loans, grants, and tax credits. Some of these historically, some of these tools have been implemented as application-based programs, while others fall under Center Venture's designated authority to strategically pursue or initiate development projects aligned with the objectives outlined in its district strategies downtown. Additionally, the direct acquisition of underutilized land and in certain instances, property development have played an essential role in this toolkit, empowering Center Venture to actively shape the physical landscape of downtown. Center Venture has previously reported to this committee annually. However, multiple factors, including civic election, the subsequent mayor and council's mandate review for the organization, and changes to staffing and the board of directors have delayed the submissions of Center Venture's annual reports. But given that we're now in the third quarter of 2024 and recognizing the standing committee's multiple responsibilities, Center Venture is taking this opportunity to submit a report for both the 2022 and 2023 fiscal years. In the report that was provided last week, we highlight a number of activities that Center Venture has undertaken these past during 2022 and 2023. They include a couple of projects that perhaps some or all of you may be able to see out your windows. One of which, and I think they provide a nice summary of the types of projects or the extent of the projects that Center Venture has been involved with. On one hand, we have 284 Williams Street, which was the Winnipeg Saddlery Heritage Building. So this is a relatively small commercial property in
In 2021, Center Venture was advised by city administration that this heritage building in the heart of the nationally designated heritage district was on the verge of collapse and requested Center Venture's assistance in seeking a solution to save the building. Center Venture was able to negotiate the purchase of the building from its previous owners, which was not a simple process, and proceeded to do the urgent work to stabilize it. Upon stabilization, it became apparent that the condition of the building would not be attractive to potential purchasers for redevelopment. So in 2022, Center Venture undertook a second stage of work to improve the state of the base building. That second phase was completed in 2022, and then an additional phase is just wrapping up now. The expectation is that that building will have a for sale sign up on it in the coming months, if not weeks. It's substantially complete in terms of the work done on it. The second one is, of
Okay,
course,
just a quick question on that
yes.
one. So, I don't really recall many Center Venture reports in the past, but do you list ultimately what you paid for the building and what it cost to reno and what you sold it for in any reports?
I don't know if in the reports. I mean, in the financial statements, there may be some notes. It may not be broken down building by building. I don't know if when they're listed, that information is necessarily provided. I wouldn't be surprised, I wouldn't be surprised if when potential purchasers, and I don't want to speak out of turn, and so perhaps we can confirm this with Red. My experience in the past few years as chair is often with some of these projects, the work to stabilize the buildings far exceeds kind of what the market rate would bear for a private purchaser to purchase. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because among those tools that Center Venture use includes heritage grants and whatnot that Center Venture itself accesses and applies to the work that it's done. So I think if anything, any potential purchaser who would see the investment in the various grants that went into getting the building up to a state where somebody could come in and use it, may in fact, it wouldn't be as if Center Venture was turning a surprising profit on perhaps a project. Center Venture exists to sort of fill in the gaps where the market typically doesn't. Those are often low margin projects, but at the end of the day, help to revitalize downtown.
Well, it looks spectacular. I didn't really know that it was a Center Venture project, but I go by it a lot and you've seen it. It just looks spectacular.
What is the annual budget, or does it change from year to year?
We've included the financial statements at the back of this report. So you can see sort of what the expenses have been in both 2022 and 2023. So you'll see, and you can in fact see the fluctuations on page 11 from revenues of 1.45 in 2022 to much less in 2023, and then up again in 2024. And expenses that also vary. That often has to do with, these are long-term projects, so oftentimes there's outlays of capital on projects in years that don't necessarily align with when those properties are sold, and Center Venture may recoup revenue either from the sale of the properties, from the loans that are granted being paid off, or again, Center Venture itself accessing grants to do the work when those grants are returned. So there is a fluctuation. You can see, I mean, one of the significant fluctuations between 2022 and 2023 is the $1 million community investment, which was a commitment. And this gets to the second project I was talking about that you probably see from your window, the Marketland. Center Venture is one of the two, coming from my professional background, I refer to it as a shareholder. I don't know that that's technically appropriate, but Center Venture and the University of Winnipeg 2.0 Development Corporation together have partnered on the Marketlands development. Center Venture's primary role was early on in terms of working on sort of developing putting together some initial package of grants seeking, it's summarized here. I want to be sure that I'm using the correct wording when I speak about the Marketlands development. What had a significant role in preliminary public and stakeholder consultations, working to conduct a design competition. the development scheme for that property. Ultimately, the current operations of that are being managed by the University of Winnipeg 2.0. We continue to have board appointees on the board of that sort of joint venture, again, for lack of a better term, we committed up front to make the community investment of the $1 million, which was transferred to that organization. And along with a number of other grants and funding sources, are the reasons why we're currently seeing construction take place on the southern building. I would say it's probably for the specific details, and I know there's been work done on some tenants, commercial tenants. It would probably be more appropriate if this committee was interested to have Jeremy Reed of the University of Winnipeg 2.0 committee come speak to the details of that, just because it is him and his team at that organization working through the grant applications and the funding sources.
So do we know, like, is there secured a builder for the marketplace part, and like there's 3 phases, right? There's
Yes.
apartments.
Yes, it is, and Johanna can make sure that I'm speaking correctly. There may be sort of 3 subphases. There's the south portion, and then the north parcel, appropriate term. So the south parcel is what's being developed now. And I believe the south parcel does include a residential component as well as kind of a community commercial component as well. As a member of the board, I'm certainly privy to discussions and negotiations around contractors and that. I would, if it's okay, I would defer to, again, possibly making the recommendation that Jeremy Reed of UofW 2.0 would come before this to speak specifically to whether or not certain contracts are signed or where they're in those phases. I just wouldn't want to speak out of turn, again, based on the information I have that may not necessarily be public. But that sort of shows the extent of the types of projects that we work on, from the small storefront to what I think everybody hopes will be a kind of a game changer in this part of downtown and the city as a whole. There's a number of other projects that are highlighted in this report, including the Carriage Works building, the Pauline Street Village, and a number of projects that we think are kind of putting the cap on waterfront, which was Center Ventures kind of primary project for a number of years. That includes 90 Alexander Avenue and 401 Waterfront Drive. Center Ventures' role in all of these is summarized in the report. I think something that's important to note is that during this time, 2022 to 2023, these Center Venture projects have resulted in 388, maybe up by 1 or 2, but just shy of 400 new residential units in the downtown area being put online, along with 241 that are currently in process. And I know that getting people downtown and living downtown, particularly with the change in resident office and residential use, is certainly a goal of all levels of government. And so that's sort of the result on developing residential properties and units downtown. That's the impact Center Venture is having. That's sort of a drop in the bucket in terms of what Center Venture has done historically. And I know that all members of this committee as council members would have received the mandate renewal discussion and considerations that was prepared and circulated by Center Venture earlier this year, when council voted to approve a renewed, updated mandate for Center Venture going forward, along with reintroducing its annual operating grant, which had been terminated during the previous administration. So when we talk about, the 600 and some, maybe approaching 700 units that were put online or about to be put online through Center Venture initiatives in the past 2 years, I think it's important to remember that was done during a time of a lot of flux, and also a lot of uncertainty about what Center Venture Future's role would be, or if there would be a Center Venture. And I know that there is excitement within Center Venture. And getting back to that CEO search, with our board, who is in the process of conducting that process, and is evidenced by the applicants that we are receiving for that role that Center Venture will play with that renewed mandate in helping and working alongside the city through the CA in association with the CEO's office and the people within the city who are reporting to the CEO on half funding. The role that Center Venture will play in utilizing that toolkit summarized earlier, highlighted by the projects we discussed, in delivering on the city's commitment to build housing in Winnipeg, in our case specifically downtown, under the HAF program. And I can say that we've already started, notwithstanding the fact we don't have a CEO, Loretta Martin and Johanna have been sitting in with city staff and with the CEO's office, reviewing, considering applications for the HAF grants. They participated in that process, input has been provided, and preliminary discussions about where Center Venture's tools and its ability to use those tools make the most sense in making sure that those funds are utilized to build residential properties downtown.
Does Center Venture have a different relationship with the office that will be making these decisions? Center Venture has a special relationship with the city, independent of essentially all other developers that will be applying for the same funds. What is the relationship with Center Venture with the HAF program office in Winnipeg? I mean, I just assume if Center Venture is going to be involved, it's by a particular mandate. They're not just, the Center Venture is not just applying like other developers.
No, that's correct. To be clear, we are participating in the process under the mandate that was approved by City Council. I know it was approved unanimously by EPC. I think it was approved. I wouldn't want to say unanimously, but it was approved by City Council at large, the new mandate. Just to be clear, Center Venture will not be applying and has not applied to the city for HAF funds. Center Venture's role would be in assisting in sort of the delivery of those funds to potential developers. So, for example, it might be the case that for a particular project, the most appropriate use of HAF funds is a direct grant. That may, the details of this are still being worked out. And in some ways, when the new CEO comes on, discussions with the CEO's office exactly about that relationship. Oh, the mandate was approved in March or April of 2024.
I thought it was like, it was cold out, so. March 12th, okay.
March 12th. So Center Venture, if there's a particular project that's applied and the right fit is just a direct grant, it might be the case that comes directly from the city. If there's a project that applies and where HAF funds could make the most difference or might benefit is actually, as a second mortgage provider behind primary mortgage, maybe the state of the building is not in a condition where they can get full mortgage on commercial terms. That's something that, as far as I'm aware, and perhaps the city doesn't want to get into providing mortgage financing, right? Center Venture has the expertise, both in terms of its staff members, in terms of the types of people that work there now, will potentially be hired as a CEO, but also just in the filing cabinets and computer. They've done this, they have the background, they have the expertise, that if that's the right solution for a particular project, my suspicion is that's where Center Venture comes in and would play that role. And so I don't believe it is not that Center Venture is applying for the funds from HAF. It is that Center Venture and its tools will be used to disperse the funds in the most appropriate way. And that's typically the way that it's done. You'll see that, on many of these projects, for example, on waterfront, it is not, Center Venture may, and certainly did during waterfront, acquire parcels of land or assembled parcels of land from various existing owners where the individual parcels really didn't make sense for development. So it was sort of a short-term solution. Center Venture went in to purchase the land, put them together into a package that would be desirable for a developer to put up a residential development. So in that way, Center Venture acquired it. But if you, again, sort of reading through the report, it's not that that land was then sold to a developer, obviously with conditions around timing of building and meeting certain thresholds, was sold to developers to actually construct, build, and then operate those properties on waterfront. That is bulk of what Center Venture primarily does, and I suspect would continue to do so. I think with the half funding, it will probably be, I'm speculating, because of the way that half funding flows, it's not that that's a pool of money that's sitting in Center Venture. My suspicion is that in terms of discussions, the funds will likely come from the city on a project by project basis for Center Venture to help administer. So it's probably less likely there'll be sort of a lot of land assembly, and it may just be administering more of those financing programs to developers
Okay.
through the process.
Okay. Okay, so just, I guess the last question I have is, what is your timeline? Do you think you'll have a CEO?
It will, we are sort of going through that process, obviously, with a number of interviewees, so I'm happy, and I think the written response is going public record, happy to provide that. We are very close, but just at this meeting.
Sure, like sometime this year?
Oh, certainly this time of year, yes, certainly, yes,
Yeah,
I would say we're talking about weeks, not months.
That's exciting, okay. All right, no, that's good, all right.
And thankful to, we've been working through that process with people first,
Right.
and assisting us with that process. If I can raise one, and happy to take any more questions, one point as well, just for the council members' consideration. One, and it shows up in our financial report here. There's a note that talks about on the net rental revenue line. You'll see in 2023 there was a significant loss of 133. That's been carried forward just as an estimate, but there's a note. You'll see the negative net rental revenue forecast for 2024 is likely overstated. In 2023, extraordinary expenses were incurred. Arguably, under Center Venture's, call it the 1.0 mandate, the idea of Center Venture holding property and sort of serving as a landlord for the long term is not something that was intended or expected. And I think certainly under the new mandate that was approved on March 12th, that is not something that kind of fits with what Center Venture's mandate is going forward. Through the process which Center Venture had a role in redeveloping the Bell Hotel, Center Venture did take title to that property. Through just sort of, various reasons, and these predate my involvement on the board and perhaps even predate some of the employees who work at Center Venture. That title has remained with Center Venture, notwithstanding the fact that Main Street Project has been involved in operating the facility. And I think, is it Winnipeg or Manitoba Housing? Winnipeg Housing is sort of running it as called sort of a management company. But title is still with Center Venture. And as a result, when systems go and there are issues, Center Venture owns the building. And so we're responsible for that. So that negative amount corresponds to costs associated with operating and effectively owning the Bell Hotel. Staff at Center Venture, the previous CEO, Angela Matheson, I know had been reaching out and trying to make inroads both through the city, through the province to talk about, somebody who's actually in this line of work probably needs to take ownership of the Bell Hotel. Just it's probably more appropriate. And at this point in time, as we now move forward with the new mandate, I think this continued ownership certainly isn't something that Center Venture should be doing. Nobody wants to obviously walk away from this because it's doing Bell Hotel and what's happening there is important work for downtown Winnipeg. However, I think it would be, I speak for the staff at Center Venture and the board at Center Venture, if I could ask the members of this committee and the council to possibly think about and work with us on how we can transition ownership of the Bell Hotel from Center Venture to whether it's Winnipeg Housing or even speak with friends and acquaintances in provincial government if there's a role there for it, because it's just not appropriate. It's doing good work, but we're probably not the right organization to continue owning property.
I would think that it is the expertise of Century Venture to know that. Guess I'm a little surprised, not that it's wrong to reach out and ask for greater advice from City Hall and Council. But we tend to ask Century Venture for ideas like that.
I think it's not so much advice. I think it's an old building, and I think like
Well, it's just a upkeep thing.
right. And at this point in time, I think it's certainly whoever would take ownership likely takes on obligations they currently don't have to maintain that property. So I think there's many reasons why there are probably organizations that are more appropriate to continue to hold and manage.
Okay, all right, so I apologize, I have to get moving in the next like 5 minutes, so.
Thank you very much. Like I said,
I'm gonna wind you up if that's
if you have any
okay.
further questions, we're happy to have those reviewed and responses prepared by staff. And I would just be it would be bad of me to just before I leave note, of course, in the report, it speaks to the previous board that was led by Brent Bellamy, to obviously on behalf of Centre Venture and the current board, thank those former board members who left in 2022 for their service, as well Angela Matheson, who was the former CEO and announced her retirement in 2022 or early 2023, graciously did stay on in a consulting role to help us work on and prepare that proposed mandate that was ultimately approved by City Hall. And I would also like to thank Loretta Martin, who was scheduled to retire, but given all of the changeover happening at Centre Venture, has similarly stayed on as an employee to help us through this transition period. And so thankful to both of them.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're a volunteer then too, thank you. Fill me in.
Yes, a volunteer, yes. Some weeks it feels a little bit more like a part-time job, as we, I think I currently also have the title of interim president, bracket volunteer basis, but yes, looking forward to
The CEO.
looking forward to CEO and looking forward to seeing what Centre Venture is able to do along with City Hall in delivering on these exciting HAF projects.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you for your time, for coming out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry it
Thank
was
you.
so long here. We had a riveting morning.
No, understood, thank you.
All right, so can I have a motion to receive this as information then? Okay, all right, so moved. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now we've got 2 addendums here that were added on. Addendum reports, Winnipeg Police Board.
Just need a suspension of the rules for both of the items, please.
Okay, motion to,
So moved.
okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so
They're both as information.
they're both for information. Okay, so I don't know if anyone's got questions. There's no one here to answer them. I can't answer them, so maybe we'll just move along.
We'll be getting the quarterly report in by December.
Yeah,
All right.
okay, so do you want to have a motion to receive them as information?
So moved.
So moved, all right, okay, all in favor, carried. That's 13. Do you want to do 14 too?
So moved.
All in favor, carried. Okay, motion for adjournment.
So moved.
All
Yeah,
right,
I think the last one.
all right. It's an exciting meeting.